Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Themis and Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. First of all, thank you all for being here. I want to apologize for pushing the live stream back for the last 3 weeks. I have been working nonstop, not just at like my day job, but I'm trying to meet with people, attorneys, to go over sort of potential policies to push in this election, and it has been like a lot. Um, I think there was an attempt. Um, I don't know how to say this because I'm pretty sure this is being watched. Um, but I will say this. I talk about things online in a very specific way because this is, I have a life outside of being online, and I do want to keep them separate. But if they ever collide, I'm always in defense of the content that I put out. And so I think my content might have given, ooh, I don't want to say this way. All right. I think that um, the conversations in person about the channel and with people who are pushing for policy, I am not sure now if people are like nefarious or if they're like trying to help. With what they're telling me to do on the channel, but also, and I don't listen to people. When it comes to the content, I do what I feel like. I don't care. But um, I think that there is an attempt to make, and this happened 4 years ago. The first meeting I went to was 4 years ago, after which I came online and I talked about the passport bros and the fact that there was a push for the FBI um, to investigate online content in the manosphere and how it's affecting people in real life. I agreed that there needs to be sort of a watchdog um, policy when it comes to how the government engages with content online. So I agreed with that part. I think the part that gave me pause um, was the names that I saw prior to the Homeland Security sponsored list that came out, um, which was more diverse. Um, the initial, I don't know if this was the initial list because these weren't the people in any of the agency. These were attorneys who were concerned with the passport bros and how overt they were in what they were doing, and the idea of children and all of that came up. So I was very pro watching and prosecuting if necessary. I did take pause in all of these meetings with the fact that only Black men were listed. Um, I took pause with that because, well, the Manosphere, first and foremost, weren't um, created by Black men. They really copied white men's formula online and then took it to the extreme in some cases and didn't really have any sort of structure and rules for engagement. And so these men came online and became really vulgar in their description of subjugating women. And so I was concerned, and this was like 4 years ago, right? Um, I was concerned with the list not having the creators of the manosphere. Like, if you're gonna have the FBI, CIA, or whatever else investigate, um, you are. I don't think it would be right, and I'm saying this now so that it is clear what my position was. Um, my position fundamentally was the list can stay. I don't mind, but we needed additions to this list. And I think when we think about the grand wizard of the manosphere, when we think about all those men in the manosphere, um, I wanted it to be more inclusive. At the time, Pearly Things wasn't a thing, but the Grand Wizard was a thing, and so I didn't. It didn't feel comfortable, particularly when um, I was the only black man. um, it, so Kevin Samuels had just gained a ton of popularity and fame, and Kevin Samuels led the charge in terms of the list. And while I was okay with this because it made sense, because again, he was the most visible at the time, it didn't make sense to me that a list created by all white men only included black men. It didn't, it didn't make sense to me. And so I didn't realize I was being ejected from the group. I didn't realize I was being ejected from the group. And I think this group of like 8 attorneys were not just random attorneys who came together. That's my take right now. I don't think it was a group of random attorneys who came together. I think that there was a notion that the way to get black men to be Republican, um, or to be stay Democrat and not be Republican, is to attack the manosphere, which is seen as a sort of a Republican attempt to get black men. I don't know how the Manosphere became Republican or why, um, but this group seems to be to push back against it and scare men into coming back, or like prosecute men and prevent the proliferation of bad information and misogyny, which I appreciated, I agreed with, I am for. Um, but I think when I objected, that caused a ton of issues, and I didn't know at the time. So now, 4 years later, we're in an election year. Project 2025 comes up. I am reading and I am engaging, and now there's like a ton of work that I have to do on the back end to sort of keep up along with all the other things that I'm doing. And so today we discussed, and so I had to defend a lot of my positions or whatever. And I'm sorry, it's not all clear, but essentially what is happening is there is a fear that black men are going to vote Republican this election. Um, and I don't fully know where this fear comes from. Um, I don't know why this fear came about. Um, and so it is a lot of like political upheaval. And I just wanted to write bills, potential legal like laws. Um, I wanted to help to like create framework for protecting young people, young girls, young boys, black women. And it has become this kind of like it has become this sort of political think tank. um yeah, it has become this political think tank that is requesting a lot. And so I wanted to like just let you all know that's why I've been sort of really 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 busy. It's a lot of writing, a lot of writing, a lot of writing. And um I let me just say this. I don't think I could ever be in favor of a group of white men creating a list of black men claiming that their language is what is causing um, the issues in America when it comes to misogyny, particularly when there is a VP and a president, a previous president, but the current candidate, um, speaking the way they do about women, which we will get into. So I don't know. There is this discomfort and this back and forth, but I don't know necessarily if um, that objection is going to be meaningful. Yeah. So anyway, we'll be able to talk about this in depth some more. I may continue, I might not, but um, I need the Grand Wizard of the Manosphere to be listed, the CIA has listed him, and I need other people to be listed. Um, I am sorry, I can't just sit back and do nothing. And I wanted that position known because I do want you all to know my position. Um, if we're talking within our community, I think it's hold Black men accountable all day, hold anyone accountable, that is, for the harm that they've caused. When it comes to speaking outside of the community, I am not. No, I'm not going to sit in someone's face and have them talk about the Black community. Like it doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to me for people who cause the most harm to be telling me no. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that be. I want you all to know more of my politics. Um, and I need you all to understand where I stand. And it's never just Black men bad. That's never my position. I critique because it's important to critique and point out the harm being caused when we're talking about children and women. But there is also a bigger harm that I will not ignore. Um, I just won't. I can't. And that's kind of what I want you all to know. Anywho, let's continue, and we will. If that was too vague, I apologize. There are things that I can say because we agreed to not talk about certain things. So I just wanted you all to know because I think the community that I've created and that we've built together really is predominantly women. And I just need you all to know fully, like without any concerns or anything coming out about me and like my politics. And I thought that was important, particularly after today's meeting. I realized, yeah, I am. I'm not. If you want someone, oh, here it is. If you want someone who would agree with a group of white men, for example, to create a list of Black men online and say they are the problem with misogyny in America, that is not me. I think that's the best way to think about it. It is that is not. I will never agree to that. That is not me. So I just wanted to put that out there. So you now are informed enough to make a decision on sort of the community. Hey, Sin. Black men are going to vote Trump because they they want white men to be oppressed with no rights or ability. I think Black women to work, ability to work, and they think Trump will do that for them. They're not thinking about how it will affect them. I think also a TikToker did this. Thank you, by the way, Finn. I was watching you live yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? Um, I think that most men are in favor of patriarchy, and Black men want to lean into patriarchy. So they'll fight about racism, but they won't see any issue with sexism. And I think part of that sexism is justified biblically. And because sexism and patriarchy more broadly is justified biblically, people lean into it. Even women, look, look, even women lean into it because while we are saying Black men will vote Republican, I hope you're wrong, but I've seen a lot of conversations online, and it looks like at least the men online, I didn't realize how Republican the Manosphere was. Like, I did not know that the Manosphere, like, I knew they were leaning into Republican talking points, but I didn't realize they were like, yay, we are going to vote Trump. did like even if they were Republican, I didn't know they were the type of Republican that is going to be, yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump. I'm going to vote for Vance. Like I didn't know that. Like I knew they were using Republican talking points, but I didn't know there was a next step where they're like, yeah, not only are we willing to side with white supremacy, we want to oppress women in this very specific way. Oppression of women was very obvious, and we will vote Trump. It's like that blows my mind. And so that being one thing, and then a second part being, okay, and there are women. This is the second part who are like, yeah, we're going to do this too. We're going to vote for Trump and we're going to vote for Vance. Mind you, the running mate for Trump, Vance, is completely opposed to women's rights. That's how I view this, where he is saying essentially, if you don't have children as a woman, and not just like children by yourself, if you don't have children in a family, then your voice as a woman should be less. Your vote should be counted less. Your importance in the democracy should be less. That is a wild statement. That is a wild position. Not only is it wild from a progressive standpoint, it's like even in the conservative party, I'm sure there are single women, even though married women are more likely to vote Republican. I'm sure there are childless women in the Republican Party. And what does that say about them and how they are perceived? And so, I mean, misogyny at its peak right now is personified in the candidate running. So I'm not going to be okay with a list that only lists random people online who don't have power. Like, let's be clear. Black men online are talking, but they don't really got, like, we don't really got power. Part of the thing that I critique these men on when they're sitting around with a VP, with the presidential candidate, and they're talking about welfare, I'm like, whew, thank God they don't got power. Thank God those men in that barbershop don't actually have power and they're begging, right? They are begging. Because if they had power, we would be in a very different reality, probably more akin to the Handmaid's Tale, right? And so the truth of power is that these men online that you want to say cause misogyny in America and perpetuate it don't have real power. They do have the mic, but they don't have real power. And so, if you're going to excuse the men with real power who authored a document such as Project 2025 and the presidential candidate and his VP who essentially championed it, even though Trump pretend like he doesn't know what it is, he promoted it previously, right? So Trump pretending to not know what Project 2025 is wild to me. However, if they're not at the top of any kind of misogyny list, I don't care. I don't care. And this is bigger, I think, than black and white. I think this is about men and women. I think the fight right now isn't just black, like, are you black? Are you? It's an oppression of women with a side note of racism. Racism is taking the back seat. It'll come full force in a minute because you thinking, oh, we're just going to talk about women and we're going to oppress women and not realize that right downstream from the conversation about oppression of women is the oppression of other minority groups. Not noticing that is wild to me. Sorry, we're in the introduction. We have an outline to get to. We have an outline to get to, so I apologize. I just kind of ran in, queued up everything, grabbed my tea, and yeah, so I told y'all that the only issue black men have with racial oppression is that they are included. They have no problem with us being oppressed and prefer that we are. I look, the whole point of patriarchy, I think, is that women are beneath men. And if you do not reject patriarchy as a man, you are for the oppression of women. There is no benevolent patriarchy. I do not believe this. I believe that it is essentially to oppress women. I think that's it. I think that's it. Um, yeah, I think that's it. Thank you. All right, let's start the video. Let's start the video, and then we'll do some things. All right, grab your coffee, water, tea, everyone. I'm thinking about dropping the link and cycle through people so that you all can jump up and give one or two statements and then come back. But I don't know if I'm going to do that. Let me know, drop a one if I should drop the link so people can come up throughout the stream or if I should wait separately. I am going to review at some point the conversation with those two ladies that came on um, who were in support of Trump. I'm going to clip it. I'm going to post those clips, and then I'm going to make that live stream private, probably. But I just wanted y'all to know. But I'll probably drop the link, and we'll get into it. Oh, grab your coffee, water, tea. Let's get into it. Love this cup, by the way. This is my favorite cup. All right. Oh, Kimberly Nicole Foster did a video on why Vance cannot protect his wife. This is literally a part of my outline, and I have removed it from my outline because oh, the outline is pointless. Oh, that's sad. Anyway, I loved her video so much so that I removed my part on my outline, and I'm going to direct you to go watch Kim's video on why JD Vance cannot protect his Indian wife from the racialized attacks at her, aimed at her by the MAGA people. They can't because they are courting racism. They need the racists to be. Yeah, this is wild. He cannot defend, he cannot call out, he cannot even hint at the racism aimed at his wife, because to do so is to isolate their base. Think about how wild that is. Think about, you cannot protect your wife, you cannot protect your children, you can't even protect the name of your child, which was Vivek, right? So this is in all our imaginations a sort of Indian name, right? And it's paying homage in some ways to the child's Indian heritage. So Vance chose to name the child Vivek, and that has become a problem for the far right. And he can't defend his child, he can't defend his wife, he can't defend anyone because he needs the votes of racist. That is wild. But you should watch Kim's video on that because she really ate that up. I have nothing else to add. I'm here for it. Thank you for all your hard work. We truly need you. Need you to speak truth in a delusional world. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's get into it. Welcome, everyone. Appreciate you all for being here. I'm sorry I'm a bit flustered. I will calm down throughout the stream because I literally just ran in here. And here we go. So let's start with Charlemagne the God. And we're going to quickly get over this. Do you all remember when Simone Sanders was working for Kamala? Right? She was working for Kamala, and she set up an interview. This is the VP with Charlemagne the God. And Charlemagne the God, instead of respecting these people's time, decided that he was going to ignore what was supposed to be a 7-minute quick interview and go into this really long interview, completely disrespecting everyone involved, asking all kinds of questions, which completely fine. And when we think about journalism, I worry a lot of the times that we as Black people get a bad rap in media because we in a lot of people's minds don't know how to comport ourselves. And so when given the chance, Charlemagne decided to disrespect everyone involved. And I do see this as a trend, not with just Charlemagne, just Black media and the people in Black media that get promoted, right? And I do think it's a problem. So let's hear Simone Sanders talk about this experience and why you probably shouldn't be hanging your hat out there to help people like Charlemagne out. Because Simone Sanders really stuck her head out there for Charlemagne and to get Black media access to the White House, and this is what they did in return. And I'm glad that she spoke out.
Her media interviews. And once we set up a media interview with someone who hosts a popular radio show, but had a show on Comedy Central at the time. And so the vice president ended up doing this show on Comedy Central. And we chatted, we did the negotiations, we talked to, we worked with our the wider media director at the White House. And I was like, okay, great. We're going to do this, set it all up. The interview is supposed to be 7 to 10 minutes. 7 minutes goes by. I give my signal like, oh, we need to wrap. This was virtual, so I'm texting, we need to wrap. 10 minutes goes by. I'm like, okay, we need to wrap. 7 to 10, like, I really need you to wrap. Can this be the last question? And I'm in a text message with the producers and the talent. I'm like, we really need to wrap. We gave 7 to 10. 15 minutes now goes by. Okay, 20 minutes now goes by. At this point, you got the Vice President of the United States of America sitting in a 7 to 10 minute interview for 20 minutes, and y'all are actively disrespecting my raps. And again, as an anchor of a show where I am regularly told to rap, okay, as one of the co-hosts, just ignoring the rap is a decision. Let me tell you, ignoring the sign to rap is a decision. 25 minutes are now going by, Sally, and I see the VP look down at me like, okay. And at that point, I had to make a decision. It's either going to be them or me. And I chose myself. And so you want to ignore my raps? When there was a pause in the conversation, and I honestly at that point wasn't listening to what was being said. There was a pause in the conversation. She answered a question and then stopped. I said, hey, excuse me. Hey, it's Simone. It's Simone, because I'm off on the side. So now I'm yelling. And I'm like, and I see them continuing to try to ask her another question. And I put my body in front of the camera, in front of the Vice President of the United States of America, on the desk, honey. And, the Vice President, she lady used to be used to be a United States Senator, obviously, the Attorney General of California. She's seen a lot. So me and my antics laying my body across the desk, I guess that was just another Thursday for her. But I was just like, excuse me, do you hear me? We need to rap. It has been, no, don't act like we need to rap.
Did it wrap immediately?
No, because they're like, oh, you don't want her to answer the questions. So she didn't hear my question. You don't want her to answer the hard questions? So obviously then the vice president says, oh, I can answer the question. I heard you. He answers the question, gives a good answer. They ask one more and then they wrap. They aired the interview with my interruption of me putting my body in the middle, and no mention of the fact that they interviewed was 7 to 10 minutes, okay? But you know what? When we got up to walk out, I looked at the vice president and she said, okay, what's next? Okay, good, because I had to make a decision, honey. Put that body in front of that camera. Don't let that lady be out there for 30 goddamn minutes. Part of my language. So that was an unhinged moment. I've never done that before. I would not want anybody throwing their body. I would not want any staffers throwing their body in front of my cameras. If we had an interview on the weekend, but also we would not ignore a rap. Okay, we would not keep a principal for 30 minutes without permission.
All right. So I am happy, very happy. She came out and talked about this. I had forgotten about this interview. This is how long ago it was. I do, however, remember when it happened, there was a circus, right, online, particularly in the Shade Room, about how disrespectful Simone was, how Kamala does not want to talk to Black people, how she thinks she's better than Black people. And there was this weird thing online where she was getting attacked because, from our perspective, right? From our perspective, it looked like Charlemagne had an interview with the vice president, and this assistant person, sorry to diminish her role, but this is how it came across, just did not want her to talk to us or talk about a particular issue. So she was attempting to cut an interview short where there was a conversation to be had. And instead of, I think, Comedy Central at the time removing the part where she interrupted because it wasn't a live interview, you could have edited it, right? They didn't because they wanted the maximum impact. And for me, and you have one time, you only get one time to disrespect me. That is it. I would never, ever, ever go back on that show. I would never talk to that person again. You aren't just disrespecting me. Right now, you're disrespecting an entire institution and everyone that works with me. And you're also disrespecting the time of the people of the United States. I am the vice president at this time. I am on your show to give you 10 minutes of my time. You better make them 10 minutes count because we're not going over. We're not going over. And it is a respect thing because Kamala can say, hey, it's 10 minutes, we gotta go, right? That is kind of disrespectful. It is the responsibility of the interviewer at this time to say, thank you for your time. I know we only have 10 minutes. Let's wrap this up. You go over not 5 minutes, not 10 minutes, but almost 20 minutes over with the vice president, and then you wonder why no one want to come there and no one take you as legitimate. I'm reminded of Tyler and her interview on the Breakfast Club. And this has been a trend where, in order to get their viral moment, people will burn these bridges and make people look idiotic to get this moment. And now I'm wondering if Charlemagne the God did tell Tyler's people that, hey, when you come on here, we are going to ask you about race, which is a very fierce stance. And if you come on, he gets to ask you about race. You can't agree to an interview in a specific way and then decide to renege in the middle of the interview. That is absolutely wild and diabolical to me. And so there is a question about integrity here. There is a question about journalistic integrity, even if he's not a journalist. There is a question now about why it is that people might fear engaging with certain platforms because you don't even show them the slightest amount of respect to the people who come on. Even if you don't respect them individually, at least respect their office. Anyway, it's crazy because Black men are opposing systems they benefit from as children. That's a level of self hate. They are distancing themselves for acceptance, adjacency, and ego, much like white women who vote against their own interests. Yeah, if you grew up with a mother who was a single mother as a Black man who benefited from a welfare system, for example, for you to now say, we need to remove that is wild. For you to be overtly opposed to that which has been instrumental in your survival is diabolical. And I do agree that the kind of acceptance and agency and ego thing plays a big part from my understanding. However, while I would love to put this at the feet of just Black men, because I like accountability in that way, I cannot. I cannot. And the conversations it seems we're having online, even myself anecdotally, these women are also voting against their own interests, which is wild to me. It is wild to me to see that. Like, it is wild to sit up here and listen to like women talk about not caring about sort of personal agency and not wanting women to have the right to divorce a man if they don't want to be in the marriage any longer. Um, I think we have to reckon with some truth about our collective willingness to do that which is politically expedient at the time, even if it has long term negative impact and effects later. Long term, that is, later. I worry. No, I worry about the misinformation online. I worry about the unwillingness to really engage with how your politics might affect you, your children, and people you claim to love. Um, yeah. And I've seen the sexism aimed at Kamala. We'll get into that in a minute. Lovely T dragged Candace Owens, and I lived for it. I live for it. And for all the black YouTubers critiquing Candace Owens, it is wild to me that you capitulate to your audience so willingly. Your audience should not dictate your truth and what you believe. If you keep both sidesing every issue, I can't trust you. I can Candace Owens is a grifter. She's diabolical and she is absolutely disingenuous. And for you to not be able to say that, if you're sitting up there, oh my God, I know some of you love Candace Owens. I don't care. I don't care who love Candace Owens. That is my feelings about her. You and I can have different feelings about her, but no, your feelings is invalid. Your feelings about Candace Owens is not predicated on reality. So, no, we can agree to disagree on this. Unless you can prove to me that Candace Owens is not disingenuous, I can prove that she is. If you can't, no, you're wrong. You're wrong until you can prove it. We're not about to go sit up here and talk, oh my God, I know. No, no, no. Prove it. And you can't say, I get a feeling, because I got a feeling, and tonight is not going to be a good night. It's not that night. We're not doing it. No. Like, it is wild to me that we bend to our audience that I'm not bending to anyone. We going to argue. That's what we're going to do. We're going to argue because I'm not going to bend to you and say, oh, yeah, well, she says some good things sometime. She might. The broken clock is right twice a day, right? I don't care. I do not care. Shout out to God, not the orange pill nurse shouting me out, girl. You know I'm down the wrong path. Orange pill. We've lifted the ban on you. You can come up whenever you want now, but please be careful. I've talked to the Discord and they decided that you can talk. However, I feel like I feel like whenever you are here, when you're agreeing with me, I feel like I have to step back and like check. I have to check everything that I said because this might be. If you agree with me, hopefully you have changed because I'm reconsidering my life. I'm reconsidering. Oh, by the way, this was not about Lovely Tea. I love Lovely Tea's drag. I'm talking about people who've been like critiquing Candace Owens, and it's like almost this fear that Candace Owens people, like the people in the chat that's watching, is going to be mad at you, and so you don't want them to be mad at you. So you're like, I mean, she says something good, and I don't really want to tell you to not like her, and da, da, da. I want to tell you to not like her. I want to tell you to don't listen to her. And if you're listening to her and you believe in her, if you come up here and you try to defend her, please note you will have to defend her. You will have to. I am not just gonna say let's agree to disagree. I'm not gonna say, oh, she divested, so I don't care. Candace Owens is a grifter. She is very harmful. She's one sided and biased, and I don't believe she believes anything that she says. I think that she is a terrible person in terms of what she promotes. It is what it is. That is my opinion of Candace Owens. And I don't have to find an equivalent on the left. I do not. I can speak to Candace Owens on her own because that's what I feel based on what I see. If you have a differing opinion, you're welcome to come up and defend it, but you are not going to come up here and say, "Oh, but no, I just don't care." Candace Owens is a grifter. It is what it is. And I know that a lot of you like Candace Owens because I've seen y'all comments, I've seen y'all's message to me. There has never been a time where I came online and I thought, I wonder if my audience is gonna hate this. Let me not say it. I do the first part. I wonder if my audience is gonna hate it. But regardless of the answer to that question, I'm probably gonna still say it. Anyway, let me read. Let me read this. Shout out to you, Thea. Oh my God, I can't get past that. That shout out, girl. I think you should do more political. This is what it is. Got it. Also, I do remember the Charlemagne, the God Kamala interview. Yeah, it was really big. He was highly disrespectful to her, and she checked him live on his own show, as she should. As she should. Thank you, by the way, the Orange Pill nurse. I appreciate your support. I hope I never regret that statement, but I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm pulling your leg. Is that the phrase? I'm pulling you. Anyway, let's continue. All right. So we're thinking big picture, right? About women, black women, and their engagement. And Kamala is not black by pretty much all accounts. She is part black. And so there is this conversation happening about her race and racial identity. She's being presented as a black woman. Um, uh, on this front, I don't care. As someone who is not American, well, I am American, but not born in America. I will leave this to you all to discuss because I think biracial and multiracial is different from black, but I realize that this is causing a lot of confusion to a lot of people. And there is a way to have conversation to talk about phenotypically. Do you present as black or do you not present as black? Do that, have that conversation. It is what it is. Like, do you? I don't really actually care about the race right now. I care about the policies. I'm very much worried about policy. So yeah, I can have the race conversation, but I am going to look at policy. So, all right. Anywho, I want to go back in time a little bit. Michelle Alexander, who wrote The New Jim Crow, she outdid, I was a legal researcher for a professor from Harvard University who wrote a companion book to Michelle Alexander. I won't say the name. And his book got pretty much demolished, overshadowed, destroyed by Michelle Alexander book, The New Jim Crow. It was really sad to see because I thought I ate that research, but Michelle Alexander just ate more. This is what she had to say, and we're going to play a little bit, and then we're going to play Charleston White. I am juxtaposing these two videos for a very specific reason, and we'll discuss in a moment. So I think Michelle Alexander's position, again, y'all can do the race conversation. Um, I think Michelle Alexander's position on criminal justice reform on Black people and Black men in particular is how intersectional feminists approach these conversations and how Black women generally approach these conversations. The question is the way Charleston White reacted to Kamala. I want to know on like an empirical level, right? If this is the majority or critical mass of what we as Black men think when we think about Black women leadership. So let's get into what Michelle Alexander had to say. And then we'll get into what Charleston White had to say and why there's such a drastic difference.
In the city of Chicago. In this great city, President Barack Obama's hometown, a vast new racial undercast has emerged, though their plight is rarely mentioned on the evening news. Occasionally, we hear about the homicide rate, the violence that has been spinning out of control, not everywhere, but in certain spaces, certain places, certain communities defined largely by race and class. 108 young people were killed in this city last year alone. Hundreds more were killed with scarcely any notice in the media, just another Black man gunned down, another body in the street. When Nydia Pendleton was killed, though, the national media took notice, at least for a moment. She was a 15-year-old girl in the wrong place at the wrong time, according to the police. Killing of Nydia Pendleton, an honor student.
Sorry, I needed to address this. I'm not sure what you're saying. Jamaica is a country. Jamaica is not a race. Ethnicity is a variant. I think there is some confusion. I know this is not meant to me because I've never said I'm Jamaican as if Jamaican is a race, so I've never done that ever in my entire life. However, there is a conversation happening online about Jamaicans not wanting to be Black and not being Black. I am Black. I am Jamaican and I am Black. I am now American and I am Black. It is what it is. Now, I don't know. I have never met, and I grew up in Jamaica. I have not ever met a Jamaican who had my shade of darkness who says, I am not Black. Never met them. If they exist, they're delusional. I ain't even gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna. Let me move this off the screen. Because people be out here talking about they're West Indian, period. But what race are you? Are you Black? 'Cause look, y'all, everyone want to be special. Everyone, people don't want to be Black. Apparently, if you have my skin shade and you're from Jamaica, girl, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know, but I never heard it. But just so we are clear, I am Black. I'm Jamaican, and I'm also now American. Black, blackity, black, black, black. So I don't know what. There's some conversation happening about, oh, you are not Black, you're Jamaican. That don't make sense to me. That don't mean nothing to me. Have you seen me? Okay, good. Thank you. Goodbye. All right, let's move on.
Student shot dead just days after she performed at President Obama's inauguration became a symbol of the city's stubbornly high homicide rate and something of a pawn. She became something of a pawn in the national debate over gun control. Now, I am grateful, very grateful, that we are having a national debate about gun control. And
all right, I won't play this all because I have too much in my outline. I really do have too much in my outline to be playing that one thing. She goes on to talk about Black men and the need for criminal justice reform and protect Black men, all that, right? I'm not dismissing it. I'm just pointing it out to point out that Michelle Alexander, as a scholar, as a leader, as a speaker, integrate the need for community building, not just from a woman's perspective, but from a Black man's perspective. Now, does Charleston White represents the everyday Black man? I just need to know that. I need to know if Charleston, because I don't think it's fair to take a fringe idea and make it the main talking point, right? So before I play this, and I might not even play Charleston White's take on Kamala, the idea that the president is the commander in chief for a lot of people seems inconsistent with the duties of a woman. I'm not playing Charleston White video. I'll just talk about this without Charleston White. If you adhere to the Bible, if you adhere to the subjugation of women, if you adhere to the idea that the chief and commander has to be masculine and thus exclude a certain kind of person, i.e., a woman, you now have a problem, a conflict with Kamala not just being the president, but the commander of the army. And you need to figure that out. You do need to figure that out. And this is the best way to test if you've leaned into sexism. I do think that the way Charleston White came online and spoke, as disgusting and vile as it was, when I look to the comments and people in support of and talking about what the role of women are, I think sorry, I think that is theme is Are You Black 2020. That is wild. That is some foolishness. Like even the idea that anyone would even quite like ask me, that is wild. Anywho, I think that there is the deep-seated misogyny that exists, and we do actually need to grapple with it. I hear a comment that says, "Well, if you're not going to be drafted, you shouldn't be able to lead. You shouldn't be able to lead the military." Could they draft Trump? Did they try? Didn't Trump escape the draft? Could they could not draft Trump. So you're telling me Trump shouldn't be president. Like that's what you're telling me. For you to sit up there and say, "Oh, she's a woman, she can't be drafted." Okay, well, if you got bone spurs, then you can't be drafted. Trump can't be drafted. Now what? Now what? To justify your misogyny, you decided to do something that's easily debunkable, like logically. I don't like the fact that people keep trying to justify their misogyny instead of owning it and then dealing with it. Deal with it. If you don't want to vote for her, don't vote for her. So I won't play the Charleston White video, but it was disgusting, disturbing. I was annoyed, but it is what it is. Before we get into politics, let's go to Paris Milan. She did an interview, and I wish I had known that some of the men speaking to RFK Jr. weren't dating Black women. That was important for a very specific reason. That was important for, I wish at the time of my video, where I was reviewing those men in that barbershop talking to a presidential candidate about child support, which was quote unquote near and dear to their heart, I wished at the time I knew that they were talking about white women. So you are going to this white man who told you that he paid child support to tell him that y'all are dying behind the stress of having to pay child support for children you helped create with his family, with the women belonging to his group. So you're telling the white man, in your mind, because you call him the white man, so I'm using your phrase, you're telling him that he needs to do something to help Black men because y'all are dying behind the stress of having to pay child support for these biracial kids. That is important to me. That is a very important context that I was missing when I did my video, because you would have been dragged. Let me play this. I can't. I literally can't. Let me go to this.
Wanted to hear this because, I love the Kennedys.
So this interview, when it took place and you found out about it, I wanted to play it again. And after we played, I wanted to get what was your reaction to what he had to say? So let me pull it up so that they can listen. Okay.
Yeah.
So we got a lot of work to do.
So I'll start it. Yeah, outside of that, I have something that's near and dear to my heart. So, from the standpoint of like, we talked about, gaining capital. We talked about helping businesses and all these different things. But I know for me, even though you can help a man get money, you could do all these different things. But when it comes to him having a child and getting a fair shake in the court system, if something was to happen, whether you got money or you don't, nobody's exempt from being taken advantage of. So what are you going to do to help fathers have better rights in the court system?
I have to tell you, I have never thought about that issue. I paid child support, and I paid a lot for child support. But I've never, until you brought it up a little earlier tonight, it's not an issue that I, consider. I think most it's regulated on the state rather than the federal government. But I would love to hear what you, what you think, because mostly I've heard people argue that if you father a child, that you have a responsibility for that child.
No, absolutely.
And so tell me what you're,
mother a child, you got that responsibility as well. That's the thing.
But before, because I know TJ ready to pass that baton because he got a whole different. But I just feel from the standpoint that I've watched it. I've watched my peers. I've watched people I don't know. I've seen people with money struggle with this. I've seen people without money struggle with this. So this is something I feel that is huge. And from the standpoint too, we're dying behind the stress behind how we're treated in the court system, not being able to see our kids, paying this money. We can't even take care of ourselves because we're shoveling out so much money to take care of the kids. Nobody's saying that we don't have a responsibility, but it's unfair and it's unjust. You know what I mean? That what the court system is doing on behalf of fathers. And, at one point in time, I was like, man, this is a us thing. Until I was in Cobb County and I saw a white man get locked up like this because he paid child support, but he didn't give the attorney his due. So I'm gonna let you touch on it, but
let me ask you guys this: what is your solution for that? Because you want to make sure that. All right.
Ain't no solution. If you can afford to have a child, don't impregnate people. And for you to sit up there, it came out in this interview somewhere later that he lies about his income. And so for them to have a man up there talking about welfare, child support is fraud, that you're going to say child support is fraud while you're actually actively, allegedly committing fraud right now is absolutely diabolical. For you to be sitting up there talking about men are dying behind the stress of having to pay child support while you have 7 children by 4 different women is absolutely diabolical. You could have stopped at any point. You could have stopped at the first, second, third, fourth, fifth child. You could have stopped. That is absolutely wild that you are sitting up there asking this man after you've impregnated the preference. Sorry. I said preference and I shouldn't have. Jokingly, ha ha ha. But it hits different. It does. When the person and the people, that guy that was just talking, has impregnated consistently are women of other races, and you're going to this man to tell him that you need him to do something about your responsibility for the women in his community that you've impregnated. That is wild to me. Not only are you asking him you've been cheating on these women. It came out allegedly that all he did was cheat on them and make babies. That's what he was doing. So even if there was an argument, it is wild because the messenger becomes super important now. You lied, you committed fraud allegedly when it comes to your income, so you didn't have to pay as much child support. So you are scamming the system as opposed to the system being itself a scam. You've impregnated multiple women and you don't want to take care of your child from this man's community. Then you go to this man to tell him that he needed to help you because you don't want to pay for the children you helped created in his community. Girl, what are you talking about? And that don't make no sense to me. Hey, Nell, as well. Thank you so much. That, like, I am watching that was disgusting to me. Like, I was disgusted watching that. I was. I was really disgusted watching that. Even without knowing the race of the women, like I just thought they were like, within the Black community, we're suffering, right? And we need your help. It's like, it's not even that. It's you literally go out of the community, create single mothers outside of the community, and then you go to the men from which the community you're creating single mothers in come, and you're asking him for help so that you don't have to take responsibility for the children you created, the single mothers you created in his community. Girl, what are you doing? Not to mention, he's the one up there talking about black women aren't submissive and these other women are submissive, while you created 4 baby mamas over there with the submissive women. So if they're submissive, you treat them the same way. If they're not submissive, you treat them the same way. Maybe it's not about submissive. Maybe it's you. You are the problem. It's you. That is wild to me. Like it just added a layer of disgust to me when I found this out. So I just needed to say that. Anyway, I appreciated the little sit down. I kind of skipped through it because ain't nobody care what that would. I skipped through that interview because like whatever. But like, yeah, thanks to my Discord for forcing me to watch. All right. Let's talk about this huge hoopla that happened online. Kimberly Nicole Foster decided to make a video. And in that video, she said some things about Kamala after the debate and Joe Biden. And someone named, what's his name? Too Raw, Too Real decided to respond. And I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say. So, first, let's look at Kim's take. And then let's also look at, well, let's discuss Kim's take first, and then we'll get to Too Raw, Too Real. Yeah.
I know. At the top or move Kamala up. We move Kamala up. I'm saying ideally, I know this is not good for the Black women. I'm sorry. Biden and Harris would withdraw together. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there are stronger presidential candidates. And Harris.
I must admit, at this point of her video, when I watched it initially, I did say name them. Name them. There are stronger candidates who can run for president outside of Joe Biden and, well, Kamala. Name them. Name them. Name them. I disagree so fundamentally with this point. I agree with some of her take, and we'll get to it. And y'all know that I really like him. I do. I know I didn't realize there was such a hate for her online, and I don't know why that is. That so many people just want to attack her. She is really smart. She is really good at her job, and I really appreciate her. I fundamentally disagree with a lot of what she says because I find her to be she's way more extreme than I am. And so like we'll agree with like the causal mechanisms, but then when we get to the conclusion, she like abolish the police or abolish prison, and I'm like, oh no. No. So, but I her way of thinking and her analysis, top tier. Absolutely adored. You're not going to. I love a smart black woman. Like, you're not gonna. This is the kind of person I want to be around. Like, it is what it is. It is what it is. However, when you say you want Kamala and Joe to drop out, and in truth, I actually had a similar position until I was like, girl, who gonna run? Literally, I was going through and I was like, Gavin Newsom, ew, no. Like, and like, who gonna run? No one has the kind of name recognition a Kamala and a Joe Biden has. Now, I was totally against Joe Biden continue to run after that debate, and particularly because not that you had a bad day when you debated. No, this was very much well known that you should not have been on that debate stage. Someone said it's presidential malpractice for him to be. Sorry. Anyway, let's continue.
This would be fine. Oh, okay. So can I? Let me go off my notes, but I guess since we're at the end, I can go off my notes and be extemporaneous. The problem with Kamala Harris is that she was trying to, in 2020, run so far away from being the top cop, being the prosecutor, that she was trying to fit herself into a mold that she just doesn't fit into. Kamala Harris is a prosecuting ass. I'm not going to call her a B word, but that's a prosecuting ass lady. She's hardline, she's hardcore, she's tough on crime, she's the top cop. It did not benefit her to embrace her natural identity in 2020. So she had to get squeezed. She had to get squeezed into a mold that benefited the ticket in 2020, that aligned with all of the fake posturing that people were doing about George Floyd and racial equity. But that's not her. I know Kamala is in her residence every day watching Judge Mathis and Judge Judy like, lock them up, like, lock them up. I'm sure she's just itching to send people back to that's her. So she didn't get an opportunity. I'm joking, but I'm serious. Okay. She has not had the opportunity to embody her natural posture. And so it comes off like she's an airhead. But we know she's not. She couldn't possibly be. She's trying to keep it all in. And that has really weakened her position.
I'm going to play her response to this question. I don't fully agree with this. However, it is a good position. This does not hurt Kamala. This position, this idea that people might have does not hurt her. In fact, what you want is for the people in the middle and on the right to have this position, and people on the left say, no, she's not. She is very much a progressive prosecutor. When you have an individual running for president or in the public sphere, you want to be able to project onto them anything you want, i.e. Taylor Swift, right? Where it is enough for people to go on whatever extreme. Whatever gets you to win in terms of what people see and how they interpret what you've done, if it's in your best interest for you politically, then people are going to lean into it. And so it was surprising to me that Too Raw, that person, Too Raw, Too Real, came out and attacked her. I understand the impulse to attack her. I get the impulse to attack her. However, if you frame the presidential run as Kamala is the prosecuting type person and Trump is the convict, you have a great framing, I think. And so I don't like the way in which Kim went about this. I'll say that. But if that's how she feels, that's how she feels. Kim will never accept that Kamala is, in fact, progressive because Kim wants to abolish prison. That is her political position. Kamala was the person putting people in prison. Of course, from Kim's perspective, Kamala is not progressive. I would add progressive enough, but it's an in and out group. Are you progressive? Are you Bernie Sanders or are you not? And so Kamala, from Kim's perspective, was not, this is not worthy of an attack from Kamala's team. And you want to know why? Because Kamala will then later frame herself as a prosecutor, as a person who should take on Trump because Trump needs prosecuting. Trump is a felon. Trump is someone who should be behind bars. Trump is the villain in the story, and Kamala is the prosecutor that is the good, the person, the protagonist in the story. Kamala's campaign is framing it this way, and Kim is right in that we are in a sort of post-DEI. I keep seeing the DIE as a tweet from the right. Anyway, era where people are repulsed by the idea that affirmative action is meaningful, right? And so even if she's not a super progressive person, you can believe that and you can preach that on your platform, while Kim preached to her people who are very much progressive on her platform that while Kamala is not progressive, she's still gonna vote for them. And so she gets her people to vote for Kamala, and y'all just stay in your different lanes to get to the same conclusion. But nah, Too Raw, Too Real decided that he gonna come out and drag Kim. And I really did not like this approach. I will say that I did go back through his content because I didn't know who he was. And I do find his content entertaining. I do. I have to admit that. I do find his content entertaining, but in the conclusion, I'll give you my summary of both of them. You all know how I feel about Kim already, so I don't have to do that. We already know he shouldn't be. However, I just want to know how you cannot be a felon to vote, but you can be a felon present asking for a friend, because each state gets to set how the voting operates there. And so Florida said, no, ma'am, we do not eat green eggs and ham. Thank you, by the way. All right. Let me hear what she said to this question. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, Kamala is in the residence watching cops like, oh, the good old days. Bad boys, what you gonna do? Like, you know. But she needed to represent something that doesn't quite align with her politics.
Sorry. I have a question. Do y'all think Kim and I look alike? Sorry, I have to ask. Do y'all think Kimberly and I look alike? I think she's very beautiful, so it would be a compliment to me. Maybe not to her, because whatever. But someone said we favored a while ago. I can't get it out of. Anyway, ignore me. Let's move on. No, you do not. All right, never mind. All right. So, anywho, after that clip, which honestly, I think it was kind of harmless, right? It was her attempt at rationalizing a potential Harris run, and her coming to terms with maybe Kamala might have to, because this was right after the debate, right? Someone said Williamson for president, log out. Womanish, go ahead and log out for me. Go ahead and log out. Not Miriam Wilson talking about the dark underbelly of America. Oh my God. Anywho, anywho, let's look at what this young man had to say. Now, Kim is telling Kamala, if you run for president, please lean into the fact that you're a prosecutor. It is weird the right cannot attack her for locking people up. And we need to remember that Kamala did poorly in the primaries, right? The Democratic primaries. The same attack levied at her by Joe Biden, who was a public defender, cannot be aimed at her from a Trump or a Vance or the Republican generally. And if they do, we will just drag them. Because the Republicans and the candidacy, the Trump candidacy, when they talk about borders and lock them up and pro-police and all of that, they want to be the party of law and order. I don't know how you do that while being a felon. I don't know how you claim to be the party of law and order while you're breaking them laws and them orders. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you square them circles, but that's what the Republicans want to do. They cannot attack Kamala meaningfully with this. They really can't. Now, they will try to, and they'll get Black men in particular anxious about this. But, like, in truth, if you're going to be mad at Kamala as a Black man for locking people up, it's going to be a weird thing to be voting for the Republicans who really want to lock y'all. She was doing her job. It is what it is. Like, this is the thing that I don't like. Oh my God, I don't think Kamala should be made to defend her record as a prosecutor. And if you make her do that point by point, it is wild. If I were a prosecutor and I did the job to my best of my ability, unless I did some messed up stuff that I need to answer for, and I believed in the kind of work that I did, I'm not defending anything. Yes, I locked you up. No, I did not. I helped these people. I went after these people. I did what I did. And what about it? Like, I'm going to stand on what I did. I'm not going to just like sit around and lie. I'm not going to, no. Yeah, I did it. Next. And it's not just I did my job. That is not a good enough answer, FYI. I did my job is how evil dictators get their subordinate to do very degenerate things. It's not just I believed in what I was doing and I did my job. And what about it? Because if you didn't believe in what you were doing, you should have been doing it. So you believe they were criminals when you were locking them up? Okay, period. Next. Thank you. Next. If Kamala sits up there and attempts to defend any one of her positions, it's over for me. I'm just going to skip the channel and move on because ain't nobody got time. Trump and none of them should not be attacking Kamala and locking people up. In fact, Kamala should, if Kamala and Trump did the debate, because Trump is attempting to back out of this debate, which is wild, but understandable. If I am Kamala, I'm on the stage with you and you turn to me and you say, oh, but you were locking people up, I would turn back to you and say, yep, and I missed one. It's the fact that I missed one that I'm here arguing with you right now. I am not defending my position. I am not doing that. If Kamala doesn't believe in what she did, well, she got to answer to everyone and God, because sucks to suck. But if you believed in what you did, then do it. And I want to see a debate. Like, I'm not going to be, oh my God, I didn't want to. You disproportionately, well, they shouldn't have disproportionately. You disproportionately did that. Well, they shouldn't have disproportionately did that. What about it? Next question. The thing is, Kamala, people don't think is tough, right? And so, like, if she leans into being a prosecutor and being tough, nobody can say nothing to her. The fact that the Republicans are grasping for straws, they're hurling all kinds of like sexist and racist attacks, Kamala needs to collect all of them and use it to her benefit. There is no way that Trump, a convicted felon, and me, a prosecutor, can be on the same stage and he makes me feel bad about my job. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I am so sorry. I might lose the election, but I'm not losing that debate. I might lose the election, but I'm not losing that debate. I'm going to drag you till thy kingdom come. Amen. I'm going to. And I would not ease up. I would not. You can bring up anything that happened during your presidential run. You can try to appeal to emotion. It's not going to appeal to mine. It's not going to appeal to mine. So good luck out there to all y'all. Anyway, let's go watch this, man. What do prison abolitionists want to do with killer? Yeah, go ask Kimberly that. Please go ask Kimberly. Oh, period. Kamala's team, if they better be watching and taking notes and getting the temperature, because my fear about Kamala is that the way she speaks, I'm very afraid when Kamala speaks, and it's because there is a flowery way in which she talks that it's very. Someone said Miriam Williamson or whatever. Kamala does actually have some of that speech pattern that I really don't like. She speaks in a very similar way, talking about how, do you think you fell from a coconut tree? You should be unburdened. Kamala girl, period. Actually, I like the memification of Kamala. I do. The Bratz Kamala. 360. When you're in the mirror, you're just looking at me. I'm everywhere. I'm so Julia. Don't forget that nasty comment from Fox News host calling her original hot girl. Oh, yeah. We'll get into that in a minute. Lovely T drag them. Thank you. Yeah. No. We'll get into that. Kamala said, do you think you fell from a coconut tree? Wait, let me know. I'm doing this. Kamala, I actually like you. I like this version of you. Let me find that. I need to find that. Kamala talking about unburdened. We need to go to the future and burdened by the past. Unburdened by what has been. This ain't right.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know? What can be unburdened by what has been. There are those who are unable to see what can be. But there are many more who are able to see what can be unburdened by what has been. Remember Van diagrams, those three circles, right? And then let's just see where they overlap. You will not be surprised because I have constructed a Venn diagram on this. Remember those three circles, how they overlap? I love Venn diagrams, so I just do. Whenever you're dealing with conflict, pull out a Venn diagram, right? And so, the three circles.
Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong.
I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I am a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit.
Now, look, I'm sure if you go through my life, you can clip me and do the same thing here, but this is funny. What can be unburdened by what has been. Don't forget. Oh yeah, thank you, Orange Bill. Let's continue. All right, so we're at this gentleman responding. So let's hear the response. Oh, before we actually go to the response, I actually have something. This is a discussion about whether or not Kamala is a progressive prosecutor. I actually want to play this. I was going to move on, but I want to play this.
With mental health issues to not suffer a felony conviction, even though these were felony cases. When you look at marijuana cases, you're talking about all or nothing in California at the time. If you sold marijuana, it was a felony. If you gave it away, unlike with other drugs, if you gave it away, it was a $100 fine. Okay, if you possessed it, it was a $100 fine. There was no in between. So this legal fiction was created where we used 11357C of the Health and Safety Code, possession of marijuana, 28.5 grams or more, in order to reduce the cases to a misdemeanor on cases where people were going to be convicted of felony drug sales. So, and for marijuana. So I think that's very forward thinking, and I think that's very progressive. And I don't think many people could argue with that.
Laura Bazelon, if you could comment on her opposition to the death penalty. I mean, right from the start, when she was elected DA, you had Sister Democrat, Senator Dianne Feinstein, speaking at the funeral of an officer who had been killed and actually attacking Kamala Harris for being opposed to the death penalty. But she stuck to that position. She had been opposed by police officers and unions. But then can you talk about how they changed their position, not on the death penalty, but on Kamala Harris, from prosecutor to from DA to Attorney General?
I think it's important to note how incredibly brave the stance Kamala Harris took was, because right after she took office, there was this tragic killing of an undercover police officer, and there was tremendous pressure on her to seek the death penalty, to the point where, as you acknowledge, Dianne Feinstein actually called Kamala Harris out at the funeral, and Kamala Harris describes that as one of the most painful moments of her career, but she stuck to her principles. What ended up happening was that there was tremendous backlash against her. And no doubt some of that was also motivated by racism and sexism, because it's important to understand just how path-breaking and trailblazing she was as the first Black woman to become DA and then to seek Attorney General. And during that race, which she ran against DA in LA, Steve Cooley, she squeaked by with barely less than 1% of the margin. And that was in part because of the opposition from police groups towards her. And so what she did do was court their support very successfully. And as a result, I think she made a series of compromises and took stances, which I sort of enumerated at the top of the hour, that I find deeply problematic. And I think part of that was instinctual political survival, but as a result, very important reforms that we were advocating for, that progressives were advocating for, she did not get behind. The death penalty legacy is also really interesting because as DA, as Attorney General, she was confronted with this very complicated case where in a death penalty case, a federal judge had found the death penalty to be unconstitutional. And it was up to her to decide whether or not to appeal that ruling. And she did. And as a result of her office defending the death penalty, it was reinstated. And of course, we have it to this day.
Nikki Solis.
So Kamala Harris defended the death penalty and won in her defense of the death penalty. She also did great things when it comes to people using weed or not imprisoning and prosecuting people for simple possession, right? And so I think there is enough for people to take either side, right? But I don't think someone who is progressive in the contemporary understanding of progressive politics will hear that Kamala defended the death penalty and think she's progressive. Like, I think you are justified if you're a super progressive person to say, oh no, I don't think Kamala is progressive. Like, and so I don't think you should attack Kim for her position here. Add to that the fact that I think Kim, like most people, were frightened by a potential Trump win, right? Because Trump was about to win. And I said about to because the race, based on the pollings, are closer now with Kamala slightly ahead, right? By 4 points, last time I checked. Now, Gallup, yeah. And so the part of why I think I would give Kim grace in that it seemed like Kamala didn't have a chance. But after Trump picked his VP, after Trump picked his VP, the race seemed like it was possible. Like, Trump could have picked a VP from a state that was a battleground state that he needed. He could have found someone who was charismatic or good look. He could have done a new number of things, but he decided that he was going to choose Vance. And I'm going to let you hear why Trump chose Vance, because he told us why he Trump told us why he chose Vance. But the problem with Vance is that Vance has all the charisma of a slug. Like, it's like looking at a piece of wood trying to give. Let me show y'all. This is Vance's charisma. Let's get into Vance. This is the Vance's career charisma.
It is the weirdest thing to me. Democrats say that it is racist to believe, well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but it's good. I love you guys.
Yeah. Ain't nobody go. At least with your, I think Kim said this too. At least if you're gonna be mean and disrespectful, be funny. Like, there is no charisma. There's nothing. He's just like there, and the people are just giving him this pity laugh. He's like, "Oh, I love you guys. You're bombing." Anywho, Trump wanted us to know why he chose Vance. So let's hear why Trump chose Vance. Thank you, David Pacman, for this video. Let's do it.
Why did you pick J.D. Vance? We've always had a good chemistry, and originally J.D. was probably not for me, but he didn't know me. And then when we got to know each other, he liked me maybe more than anybody liked me, and he would stick up for me, and he'd fight for the worker as much as I fight for the worker. We just had an automatic chemistry.
It was
That was the calculation for picking your VP. That was the calculation. That was Trump's political calculation. So who gonna pick? So usually you pick your VP and the poll goes up or stays the same. When Vance was announced and he came out and spoke, Trump's polling started looking a lot shaky. People do not like Vance. They don't. The Republicans, the MAGA Republicans, do not like Vance because, well, he's married to an Indian woman, and like they can pretend that they don't have overt racism in their camp, but the overt racists, the overt racists are saying, yeah, absolutely not. Not only did you marry an Indian lady in their minds, you name your child Vivek. They're done. Like they don't want no parts of it, right? And the women are being pushed out because Vance is up here saying that if you don't let me put on, I'm shouting. I told y'all to let me know whenever I'm shouting. Vance is out here telling y'all that if you're a woman and you do not have children, you should not have the same rights, voting rights, political rights as a mother with children. I haven't finished reading Project 2025, but I'm at the part where they're trying to deport 5 million people. And not only are they going to deport 5 million people, they're going to build these camps. Let's call them concentration. And they're going to deport these people. Now, I'm not sure why this is not scary to absolutely everyone listening. You build a camp that can hold upwards of 1 million people after they've been deported. Who gonna go in these camps? You think that these camps... Like, I'm reading and I'm thinking, wait, what do you mean camps? Like, if you're going to deport people, I don't agree with this, but okay, fine, whatever. But like, these camps though, and are we going to redirect funding from, I don't know, social network, social welfare? Are we going, well, social welfare, just say welfare, from the social safety nets in place? Where do y'all think this money gonna come from? Because we're talking about women's reproduction, which is very important and should be front and center, but also these camps. Like, yeah, when the state start building camps like this is how you create a dictator, by the way. You reduce the power of the courts, you reduce the power of the legislative branch, you remove agency autonomy and their ability to do their job appropriately, and you implement a leader who has sole authority, governmental authority, and he puts his cronies all over the government, and then they control everything. When I was in uni, I took poli-sci was one of my majors, right? And so I would there's this book, I think it's called The Making of a Dictator. I should have included excerpts. I don't have the book anymore, but I read this book called Making of a Dictator, and in this book, they were talking about how charismatic leader, cult of personality, right, creates this larger than life politician. And because they want to operate outside of the law, they might not even want to become dictators, right? But they like power and they like being above the law. So you are not ruled by the law. You are not ruled. It's not the rule of law. It is you rule with the law. Like, you control the law. You are above the law. And when we engage this way and we allow people, individual people, to have more power and say than the law, and there is no accountability to the people who elected them, to any legal or justice system, you have created a tyrant. I actually think the book is called The Making of a Tyrant now. I think I think that's the problem. I think we are at a crossroads, and I don't like to be alarmist. Like, I try to sort of temper the language and like really think about what is happening and try to make it as presentable and without being catastrophizing, because my mind run to catastrophize everything. So like when I present, I try to not let that pour out into what I am doing. But when you look at the idea around Chevron deference and removing that and taking the power away from agencies within the the administrative within the federal government and their ability to appropriately engage in rulemaking when the court intentionally reduces its power to hold people in the administration accountable, i.e., Donald Trump. When you give presumptive immunity in the way and then a kind of blanket immunity for acts engaged in the official capacity of the president, when you do that, you have given power to an individual, and if he is smart, or the people around him are smart about how they engage with this kind of power, this is going to be a problem real quick. I've listened to speeches upon speeches from Donald Trump just to reintroduce myself to his flirtation with dictators and the way he talks about, I don't know, Xi Jinping, the way he talks about Vladimir Putin, the way it's very almost like he romanticized the ability to control large groups of people and to do what he wants and not be accountable to anyone. And so when I listen to him, I am put off by his tone because it's very vulgar and in your face, and you can disagree with me. The tone doesn't bother me insofar as you're a politician. It bothers me as an individual, and I don't engage with people with that kind of way of speaking and the harshness with which he speaks. So I wouldn't, whatever. I don't like that. But there is an added element about the way he sees power, the way he engages with people who have power and power that he likes, and not seeing power as something that even as an individual, when you have power, you should be skeptical of yourself with power. You should be conscious of how you use it. You should be responsible, not just to people, but to yourself and your own morality and your own dignity. It doesn't feel like there is any individual personal psychological block that would prevent Trump from weaponizing power to get what he wants, right? In the way that Biden steps down from running for president because of the pressures, and maybe I hope he didn't think that he could do it, but that he truly believed, I am not the best person right now, and the democracy is bigger than me, as he said in his speech, right? I hope that's what he believed. That shows a level of humility and introspection that a leader should have, right? The fact that he let his son go through a criminal process where he could have pardoned. I'm a pardon my child. Not because it's my child, but if you lied to get a gun and you never hurt anyone with that gun, like, using drugs, I don't see it as a big deal. I don't use drugs. I don't. But I don't think you should criminalize drug usage. Now, if I were Biden, I wouldn't pardon my son. I couldn't. Because the war on drugs was Biden's fault. Actually, I take all of that back. I completely forgot that the war on drugs was pretty much Biden's fault. The sympathy I had for him and his child just went through the window. Absolutely not. However, I do still like the ability to step away from power because you recognize you're not the person who should have it. I like that. I think leaders should have that. All right. So I said all of that to point out that Kim wasn't necessarily wrong. Kamala was prosecuting because she was a prosecutor. She did some things well, and some other things we would say she didn't do so well, like defending the death penalty. Unless you were pro-death penalty, then I don't know what to tell you. I told you I'm against the death penalty. I don't think the state should have the power to put its citizens to death. Like, that's just a personal position that I have. It is what it is. Now that out of the way, and now that we know Trump's VP pick and that he's like not doing so great in the poll because of his own ideas and the VP ideas and Project 2025. Apparently, Republicans' ideas are not that popular. Um, we want to dominate the poor and help the rich is not a good public policy. However, because of all of this, I am more inclined to now side with Kim. But let's hear what Too Raw, Too Real had to say, and then we'll discuss.
I'm going to grant you grace today, and I'm going to ask you and allow you to retract your video and your statements on Vice President Kamala Harris, because respectfully, you do not know what the hell you're talking about.
Problem with Kamala Harris is that she was trying to, in 2020, run so far away from being the top cop, being the prosecutor, that she was trying to fit herself into a mold that she just doesn't fit into. She's hardline, she's hardcore, she's tough on crime.
No disrespect, sis, but what the hell are you talking about? Kamala Harris was one of the most progressive prosecutors of her time. She created the first of the nation reentry program called Back on Track, which worked with low-level offenders to get them out of prison, give them an education, give them job wellness classes, credit building classes, gave them education rather than incarceration, and expunged their records after the fact so it wouldn't be a barrier for them to get a job. Like, this is the stuff that's confusing the hell out of me. And while everybody's sitting here talking about she was tough on crime, they said that she was soft on crime. She called it being smart on crime, because a lot of people were upset with the fact that she was building a re-entry program to get offenders out of prison, calling her a social worker rather than a prosecutor. Here's the clip.
That as of January, we will have Back on Track in California's penal code as a model of what we should be doing to be smart on crime.
And yet you can't run away from the charges of those who do not agree with you. They call it soft on crime, that you can't be a social worker as a prosecutor.
And then you're going to say she was trying to shy away from her being a prosecutor. Have you never heard of justice on the ballot?
I believe that in 2020, justice is on the ballot. When in America, there is a father who is holding down 2 jobs and paying more taxes than the richest 400 families in America, economic justice is on the ballot. When in America, there is a mother who is in a parking lot of a hospital, afraid to walk through the sliding glass doors to get into the emergency room with her child, because she knows if she walks through those sliding glass doors, she'll be out of pocket a $4,000 deductible. Healthcare justice is on the ballot.
And since we're talking about justice on the ballot, a lot of these issues and initiatives have actually been addressed by the Biden-Harris administration. When it comes to economic justice, we got student loan debt forgiveness, we got the child tax credit. And then when we're talking about healthcare justice, let's not forget the fact that now, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, they cannot report to the credit bureau your medical debt. Then you said that she was over here trying to appeal to the people during the George Floyd riot.
Nothing this young man just said about Kamala as VP is relevant. The question very specifically is, was Kamala progressive as a prosecutor? Was she a progressive prosecutor? And whether or not she should lean into, in Kim's mind, the fact that she wasn't a progressive prosecutor. Your pushback here cannot be her policies while she was vice president, sorry. It can't. It just cannot. And so the idea that you are pushing back on Kim, pointing out the things that she has done while she was VP doesn't actually make sense in any way to me. Progressive, when we describe whether or not someone is a progressive anything, that would be on a sort of spectrum, a continuum, if you will, whatever you want to call it. And it is subjective. So maybe this young man's idea of what progressive is fits perfectly with that which Kamala did. But I know for a fact that Kim's idea of being progressive would exclude Kamala. First and foremost, she was locking people up where Kim believed that the prison should not exist, right? Should be abolished. That she fought to maintain, Kamala, the death penalty. And so you guys just seem to have a difference in what you define as progressive, and that you did some good in the direction of quote unquote progress does not make you progressive. It can make you more progressive than others, but it doesn't make you progressive. Separately, when it comes to the clip where people are saying she was soft on crime, well, for everyone that said she was soft on crime, you can find other people saying she was tough on crime. That was part of the issue in the primary. I'm not saying she was, as a matter of fact, but I am saying that if she was, that is going to be up for interpretation. And if she wasn't, similarly, that is going to be up for interpretation. She was a prosecutor. She was prosecuting. Like, it's very difficult to make the argument that you are a progressive prosecutor. You're going to have to go above and beyond in ways that would highlight to a progressive that you weren't just trying to lock people up and working with the police to hide evidence, to go, because a keystone of prosecution in America that I do not like around prosecutorial discretion is that prosecutors essentially decide who gets to go to prison insofar as they decide if this case can go forward and this person should be prosecuted. That being said, another issue is the wins for a prosecutor is good in terms of their career. So justice in America is not about whether or not and when we think about prosecutors, isn't about whether or not you did the right thing and the right person was locked up. The numbers are kind of removing the human experience of a defendant on trial. And so we don't really think about the substance of each individual cases. We look to a prosecutor and whether or not they're good by how many cases they prosecuted and how many they won. And winning in terms of a prosecutor is diabolical work. To use the word win when we talk about justice and the prosecutors prosecuting is disgusting. But win and lose is how they describe it. And therefore, the more wins you have, the better your political opportunities are, the better you're seen, the better of a lawyer you are perceived to be. And so I'm sure Kamala fell trap to this too. Like, even if she was progressive, the truth is you're going to need to prosecute. A prosecutor is going to prosecute. So a prosecutor is going to prosecute. So like this whole thing, the first half of this video that we watched, what he's saying makes sense. The second half, where he's talking about what Kamala did as a senator and as VP, doesn't address Kim's main point about whether or not Kamala was a progressive prosecutor. In fact, if Kamala was in fact a progressive prosecutor, that might actually hurt her in the general elections. Progressive in very specific ways. The progressives aren't voting for Trump. They might choose not to vote, but they're not voting for Trump. So if she can get the progressive kind of de facto, then she should be appealing to the middle of the road people. And I don't think it is useful. And he doesn't have to listen to me. He's not even watching this. If you're watching, hey, do not put Kamala in a position to defend each of her cases. I think Kim agrees with me here. To put Kamala in a position to defend each of her cases is a terrible idea. Terrible, terrible, terrible idea. I think that is a terrible idea. All right, let's continue.
However, she helped co-author and co-sponsor the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act in June before she was even on the damn ticket with Joe. But I got to add more to this because there's more to Kamala Harris than just re-entry and low-level offenders. We have to talk about the fact that Kamala Harris tackled sex trafficking, particularly when it comes to young Black women and young trans women. Y'all do not understand that Kamala Harris created one of the first in the nation child protective bureaus that focused on protecting the children and not charging them for child prostitution when they were being sex trafficked. They were victims. She gave them access to safe houses. And if you don't believe me, ask Black activist Latifah Simon, who was there.
because really our call was to not decriminalize quote unquote prostitution, but stop the district attorney's office for charging children who are being bought and sold on the streets for prostitution. They're children and they're being bought and sold. And when she told me that that was her goal too, I was like, oh, well, we can rock. And then I met her and I was like, okay, all right, sister. We come to this meeting, and this woman that I was working with, who had to be 15, 16 at the time, who had just literally days earlier been savagely raped, gang raped. And I needed her to be in this space, this first task force meeting. Kamala met us, and for somehow I guess because she had been working with young women who had been victims for so long, she, without knowing the sister's story, and the sister had deep chocolate brown skin, and she had cut off her hair after her rape, so she had this very short, beautiful afro. She looked at Helen, cupped her face, and said, "Baby, I'm glad that you're here." And something about that moment, I was like, oh, we gonna rock together. You know what? Because I ain't never seen nobody like you do this work here.
Sis, what are you talking about? Kamala Harris went from pillar to post as AG, standing up even against when people voted for Proposition 8. She stood up for marriage equality, even to where it equates to what she's doing right now with codifying marriage equality with the Respect for Marriage Act. And since we're on LGBT issues, did you know that Kamala Harris worked to end the gay and trans panic defense? And for those who don't know what the fuck that is, this was an excuse that was done by defense attorneys that basically said that it gave their client the right to harm somebody or take the life of somebody who was either gay or trans because they were in sticker shock that they found that this person was trans or this person was gay. That gave them the authority to take away somebody's life. Kamala ended that shit. And since we're at it, let's just go ahead and debunk all the shit. There was some lie that said Kamala Harris locked up 1,500 people, knowing damn well that most of marijuana charges are handled by lower level attorneys. But even with that being so, if you look at the data and the trajectory, marijuana emissions decreased under Kamala Harris's tenure. Then there was another damn lie that Kamala Harris kept over 20,000 prisoners in jail past their sentences for slave labor when that...
He is going on about things that Kim didn't say, but it is in response to Kim. So it is weird to keep track. And I do see a lot of people saying, go speak. And I think you should talk to your own people in terms of like debunking things about Kamala. Because when I found out, I don't know, 4 years ago, about Kamala's protecting of young women, I really thought she was going to lean into that in the primaries for the 2020 election, and she didn't, right? However, now she opens her campaign by pointing out that she prosecuted men who took advantage of young girls, and she knows Trump's type. And so that kind of positioning is beautifully done by Kamala. She didn't do that in 2020, right? And so that is actually her leaning precisely into Kim's positioning. Like the vitriol at Kim is kind of misplaced because obviously Kim is reluctantly a Kamala supporter, right? And I think she can influence people who do not want to stick beside Kamala because she's not as progressive as they need to be. She can speak more directly to them, right? Instead of lying to them, because in their minds, it is a lie that Kamala is progressive. To this man, Kamala is progressive. That's fine. Talk about how she's progressive. Promote her as progressive, while Kim promote her as not as progressive as she would like her to be, but someone she's got to vote for because she got to bite the bullet. You gonna get the vote how you gonna get the vote, girl. Ain't nobody gonna sit around here and try to debate back and forth among the people in the same camp for right now. Y'all can go your own ways after you've figured out what you need to figure out. But for now, y'all can figure this out together. You literally don't have to attack each other. Kim is promoting Kamala. You are promoting Kamala. You're using a different view of her record to promote her. She is interpreting her record differently and promoting it that way to a very specific group of people. I promise you, the people who think Kamala is progressive aren't going to listen to Kim. They're not. Kim is not about to change anyone's mind that think Kamala is progressive. They already have that in their mind. You, however, can put off people in the middle. And that's the problem. You can put off people who are actually progressive, actually, insofar as when I think progressive, I'm thinking Bernie Sanders. I'm thinking about abolishing prison. I'm thinking about, I'm not going to continue that line of thought, but I'm thinking about very specific people, including Kim. And you, sir, wouldn't probably not be there if you think Kamala is progressive. This is not to say Kamala is not. I'm saying by the standard of the people like Kim, Kamala is not progressive. It is what it is, and that's fine because you get to have your cake and eat it. You get Kim to talk to the progressive people to say, yo, even though she's not as progressive, let's vote for her. And you talk to your people and say, yeah, let's vote. And I talk to my people and do what I do. It is wild that this was an attack at Kim. I think that's wild. But it might be because right before Kim explained what Kamala should do, Kim said she wished both Joe and Kamala dropped out. She didn't like any of them. But if she had to choose, she would choose Kamala. Look, have to choose, want to choose, will to choose. I don't care if you choose the person I need you to choose. And that's the problem. Like, we're missing the forest for the tree. Like, they're different lanes, and people occupy different lanes, and if you get to the same result, right? Once you're not doing anything unethical, then you get to the same result. And being progressive is, in fact, a matter of subjective belief. It is an opinion that you have, and it's not an objective fact. It just isn't. There's going to always be someone more progressive and less progressive telling you you're not as progressive. It is what it is. Let it go. Let it go. I think you should let it go. All right, let's continue.
That didn't damn happen. That notion was filed by Patrick McKinney, which was denied, meaning it didn't fucking happen. And Kamala Harris knew nothing about this because she had over 20,000 cases that she's working with. She's not intimately involved in every case that hits the damn desk. And this case didn't even require the authorization from Attorney General. You could have got that from a level 3 deputy attorney. Then there was another lie that Kamala Harris stole Nina Simone's estate.
I don't know who she thought. Kim never made these accusations. So this is also something that I do not like. People keep reposting that and saying he's dragging Kim. I don't know who this man is dragging, but he's not dragging Kim. These aren't claims made by Kim. These aren't like the whole thing about the estate and all of that. None of that was like about Kim never made these claims. I watched the video. And if I missed it, can y'all remind me if Kim said anything about Nina Simone? Like, I don't know whether. Ew. Like, people are like, oh my God, he's dragging Kim. He's dragging someone. He is, because he's going in. Let's be clear. He is going in. I would not want him to be aimed at my direction because I ain't done nothing to this man. But, like, he's going in on someone. I'm not sure who. But Kim never made these claims that I know of. But if she did, drag away. I don't remember any of this. I watched the live and I was skipping through, so I could have missed her talking about Nina Simone. I could have missed that. Not saying shouldn't say she didn't. Didn't hear it. But go ahead. Drag whoever talking about Nina Simone, sir.
When it wasn't even the damn case. What had happened was Nina Simone's daughter stole and embezzled money that was supposed to be used for a music school to build her businesses. So Kamala Harris had to intervene to fulfill Nina's wishes that was in her will. Then there was another lie that Kamala Harris blocked evidence that would have exonerated a black man, when that is not so. The black man's name was Kevin Cooper. He was arrested and sentenced in 1985.
Again, did Kim make this claim? I don't remember Kim making any specific claim at all. Having Kamala have to defend every single point during her time as a prosecutor is a terrible, terrible idea. Having her defend any like individualized issue is a terrible idea. You going through this and saying, "Oh, she did this or she did that," unless it can't be in response to Kim, because I don't remember her making any of these claims.
Kamala Harris was still in college, you guys. And what happened was he was given several DNA tests that never exonerated him. It went all the way up to the Courts of Appeals and was struck down. Meaning he was all out of appeals, meaning he needed clemency for the governor, which was Arnold Schwarzenegger at the time, which was denied. Now, they went to the Attorney General asking for another one, but she had no authority to do that. So, thank God, because y'all don't do follow-ups. Gavin Newsom gave Kevin Cooper another DNA test, and it turns out it still didn't exonerate him. His ass is motherfucking guilty. Y'all need to do follow-ups and stop running your fucking mouth without knowing what you're talking about. And let me just say this in closing, sis. Everything that you said in your video was drenched.
Someone said that's not the point. I do need you to tell me the point, because it doesn't make any sense to be making these individual claims unless you're saying Kim is making these claims or this is why Kim thinks she's not progressive. It doesn't make sense to be debunking random things, none of which Kim said, right? If you're going to claim she is progressive, then define what it means to be progressive and say she meets it. Kim is going to define progressive and say she doesn't meet it. Go your separate ways. Y'all are both going to vote for the same person. It is what it is.
And internalized misogyny. I don't know what childhood trauma you got, but don't project that shit on Kamala. And it could be easy for me to beat you down, but instead I'm going to lift you up and tell you that you're enough. You're not going to sit here and talk about Kamala Harris as an airhead or she's coming off of inauthentic. This is something that Black women have to hear on a daily, and I'm sure you've heard it yourself. But you have to stop projecting all your no's and every person who stood in the way or questioned your ability to lead, your ability to do the job, question your credentials. You need to stop doing that shit to Kamala, because it's all internalized anti-Blackness and misogyny. Sis, look within. You're enough. You're enough. And nobody told you today. I'm going to tell you, you're enough.
That statement at the end was a direct attack. It made me very uncomfortable. Claiming misogyny was what animated Kim felt very much misplaced. And so this is the first time I'm seeing this guy, the first time engaging with. And so I wanted to, before I made a judgment, I decided to go look into what he said. And I watched too many of his videos. One, he's entertaining. Two, I think he is informed. And three, I think he's a fan of Kamala and a fan of Joe Biden. And then I saw pictures of him and Kamala, and him and Joe Biden. But there is an undertone of rephrase. I think that the idea that you think Kim is projecting and the way you went about critiquing at the end indicate that the opening when you said you were going to give her the chance to correct was not real. And I have a problem with this kind of online engagement, right? Where, for me, if I think someone is wrong, I'm gonna correct you, but I'm not gonna go as far until you show me something else as to drag you, the individual, right? Before giving you the opportunity to respond, particularly if I'm saying I am giving you the chance to respond. So, anywho, I went down this rabbit hole of this man, and this is how I came to the conclusion that he is more of he's a political contributor. He's a political person who engages in politics online, but it feels more I'm a fan of as opposed to I'm explaining or engaging politically objectively, which is completely fine. I do have a problem. Like if I talk about Beyonce, for example, please note it's coming from a very deep bias, and you probably shouldn't take any of what I say about Beyonce as a truth about anything. I mean, it is true, but it is laced with my bias for her, right? And similarly, it felt this way when she's talking about Kamala. And the reason it felt that way was justified because I then went here. All right. So let's look at his political analysis, right? Hopefully I thoroughly went through this. Whether or not Kamala with a progressive prosecutor is going to be kind of personal until we come up with some kind of objective criteria. Of course. Everything is about Beyonce. What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean? What do you mean? Everything is about Beyonce. I feel like we were talking about Beyonce this entire time, weren't we? I feel like we were talking about Beyonce this entire time. I think we were. So I think whether or not she's progressive is going to be based on the camp that you're talking to. The bubble that you're in is going to include her as progressive or exclude her as progressive. I understand why Kim's bubble rejects the notion that Kamala is progressive, period, but progressive as a prosecutor, right? So it is what it is. I think progressive idea is that you should not be advocating for the death penalty, and she advocated for the death penalty and won. So, like, it's going to be a hard argument to make to the it's going to be a hard argument to make to the Kim group that she's progressive. It is what it is. All right, but I went down a rabbit hole, and I want to include you all in this rabbit hole. So let's go. This is what this young man had to say about Kamala initially, and I'm only going to play 2 seconds and then explain something.
She actually got black people out of fucking prison. Palmer Harris didn't lock up no black people. In fact, Palmer Harris didn't lock up no black people. In fact, she actually got black people out of fucking prison with her Back on Track program. The first in the nation Palmer Harris didn't lock up no black people. In fact, she actually got black people out of fucking prison with her Back on Track program. The first in the nation re-entry.
That statement is not true. It can't. It is impossible that that statement is true. You cannot open your argument by saying Kamala, who was a prosecutor, did not lock up any black people. That is a wild statement. But it's not a statement that was supposed to be taken as true. I think it was an exaggeration, right? But the problem is that the way you say it, that Kamala did not lock black people up, speaks to an allegiance that is very obvious, the bias that is, in the language that is so carelessly used in one direction and in support of, right? So for me, when I saw this video, I initially that very small segment of Kamala didn't lock black people up, it's very, I don't want to say it's pandering, because I think he actually genuinely believes what he's saying. It is an attempt to defend regardless. And that's the feeling I get. It feels like he's willing to defend Kamala regardless. So then I skipped, and I wanted to hear his take right after the debate, right? I wanted to hear his take right after the debate. And this is what he had to say.
Stop being dumbasses. Grow. Hey, Democrats, stop being dumbasses. Grow a fucking backbone and back the fucking president already. What part do you not fucking understand? Voters showed up during the primary when we didn't have to show solidarity with our fucking president. What part did you not understand? Anytime you show disloyalty or you distance yourself from the president, you lose. Ask Tim Ryan how that worked out for him. Ask Sherry Beasley how that worked out for her. Where are they at? Don't be fucking stupid. Voters will show you, and you will fuck around, and you will find out that the president will still be the fucking president after the fucking election, because we're going to vote for him. But we may not vote for your ass if you show disloyalty to our fucking president. You might lose your seat. You might lose yours. But Biden's not going to lose his. And let's just go off the numbers. Because if you're talking about a fucking debate, a fuck-ass damn debate, Hillary won 3 of her fucking debates and lost the fucking election. Debates don't mean shit. And since the debate, since we're just going off of numbers alone, Joe Biden has narrowed the fucking gap in swing states that we need in order to win the fucking presidency. You keep distancing yourself. Why? And since we're just talking about just numbers again, just numbers. Joe Biden is sitting on $120 million damn dollars that's non-transferable. So why the fuck will we be able to replace somebody within 4 months when they will have no fucking ground game? None. They'll be starting from fucking scratch. How smart does that sound? How bad do you motherfucking Democrats want to fucking lose? Back the fucking president already. Voters have told you where the fuck we stand. We're standing and we're riding with Biden. But if you don't want to ride with him, then you might find yourself at the unemployment office. Don't be fucking stupid. If these fucking Republicans can...
All right. So this was on the heels of the presidential debate. And there was a overwhelming call for Biden to step aside. And he said Biden shouldn't step aside, that people didn't know what they were talking about the president, blah, blah, blah. The issue, and saying that, him stuttering and stumbling a little bit in one debate and debates don't matter is wild. Because it wasn't about one debate. It was about the cognitive decline of someone and potentially what could happen to him if he won and was president for, I don't know, a year after. Could he make it to a year? Could he actually campaign? Was he able to travel all over the country to garner the kinds of support that he would need? And so I think the reductive nature of the engagement by saying, stutters and stumbles a little and saying, we need to back the president regardless. It's too... It feels underdeveloped as an argument. But I don't think he was making an argument to people who were questioning. I think he was just talking in his bubble, right, to his people, and they were getting energized amongst themselves. But if you are attempting to talk to people who saw the debate and thought, something is not right here, I think that would be a mistake to say, just back him. We don't care. Stop asking questions, right? And to reduce the engagement to what we saw in the debate as opposed to a political system that lied to us about the well-being of the president and his capacity to think and engage meaningfully and express ideas, very complex ideas. Against Trump, he seemed fine-ish because they both are incapable at their current stage, Trump at any stage, of articulating that which their plans and policies are. It is what it is. And so hearing this made me very weary of the ways in which I was going to consume the rest of his content, because it feels like you're too partisan. It feels like you are very much engaged with one side and does not allow for critique of said side. And one of the issues is, yes, if you believe Trump is evil that you should defeat, you cannot act like and become that evil that you want to defeat. And I think that's important. Let me see. Someone said good point. So let me find the good point. I can't find it. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Democrats played in our faces. The Democrats, and this is something, and I am not waiting till after the election to do this. The Democrats played in our faces. They definitely did. They really sat up there and shoved Joe Biden, poor Joe Biden, out there and told us, yeah, we don't care. The people said, absolutely not. If he's the person, we're not going to vote. And they had to change the way that they were doing politics.
real. Okay, black voters in Michigan said, hell no, Joe won't go. Hell no, Joe won't go. See, this is the reason why we're the backbone of the Democratic Party, because we have Joe's back. And the media's gonna fuck around and find out don't fuck with us, which is why y'all gotta lay off 100 employees over there at CNN and why MSNBC's rating has tanked. Because y'all keep playing in our face and trying to make this narrative stick when it ain't. It ain't working, bitch. So take your ass back to the drawing board. And matter of fact, I wrote a Venn diagram for you dumbass bitches. The difference between Biden and the difference between Trump. Low unemployment, 15 million new jobs, 16 billion at HBCUs, brought back 800,000 manufacturing jobs. Infrastructure, black woman VP, black woman Supreme Court Justice. Okay, the only thing these motherfuckers got.
He's going to say age. However, I just realized as he was speaking that I might be doing a disservice. The reason is, it seems like he's speaking to his bubble. This is not an attempt at political discourse that would get people on board with your ideas, right? This is an attempt, hopefully, to mobilize people who already believe what you believe to go vote or to do something. But it is not about widening the camp. It is about speaking to the camp, because it does not make sense to use the language this way and speak to people this way that you would want to change their minds. It's not about changing minds. It's about talking down to the out group and sort of political masturbation for the in group. I don't know if I think hopefully my critique softens the blow and doesn't repel people, but I don't think the showcase of this in different bubbles will be useful. I don't think so. I don't. Sam A, I'm not gonna put you. I'm not putting your comment. I'm not putting your comment. I need to save that comment so I can laugh every time I look at it. But I'm gonna play one more because I actually have things on here.
This ain't about no fucking debate, and a damn show ain't about Biden's age. The thing about Biden's age is he has a black woman as his VP. That's the fucking truth. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it 100 over here. We've been seeing y'all try to get rid of Kamala Harris since the fucking beginning. I remember when they first won the damn election, they talking about Kamala Harris needs to go ahead and step down as VP, and she can be Attorney General. She can prosecute the case. Why the fuck would she do that? She's the vice president. Why would she do that? The most accomplished vice president, broke more ties than any vice president in history, helped reheal our foreign relations, what she was able to do in Africa on her trip to the continent. And getting deals for clean and renewable energy when it comes to investing in nickel-powered batteries. What the fuck are you talking about? What she's been working with President Macron over in Paris. What the fuck are you talking about? Why would we replace Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris, who's literally been doing an excellent job prosecuting the case when it comes to women's reproductive health, especially when it comes to black maternal mortality. So what the fuck? Why would we replace Kamala Harris? What's wrong with her? Y'all tried this shit again back in 2023. Y'all never talked about replacing Biden, but y'all did talk and try to call y'all in.
All right, wait. I have to admit something. Let me just say, as vulgar as he is, I do find him extremely funny. Like, he just turn on the camera and start dragging people, girl. Like, this don't make no sense. Look, this is the level of love I have for Beyonce. So I feel like I don't do this because like I literally can't. Like I physically can't. But if I could, this is how I would be dragging people about Beyonce. I promise you, if I could do this, this is how I would. I just don't speak that way. And every time I curse, when I practice cursing at home, it don't sound right. It don't flow. Like it doesn't have the kind of oomph. Like it doesn't have the like I was gonna curse, but I'm not gonna do it. I said I wouldn't do it online. But like I try to like curse at home and just like to practice, like I practice in the mirror. Like I look in the mirror and I be like da 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 at myself, and I was like, listen, it doesn't hit. I don't know why I just admitted that. I literally. All right, good. Never mind. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Same theme is all right. Good. If there's something cathartic, right? Like I don't know if it's true, but I feel like there's something cathartic about being able to just be like, "F you, you mother effing f f f f f f f f f f." I feel like there's something. There must be something really cathartic. It looks fun. Let me just say this. It looks fun. When people are cursing, it looks fun. It looks very enjoyable to me. But I don't know, maybe it's my accent. Because I feel like I could do a BB clot in Jamaica. Anyway, let's move on.
Look, I was trying to be nice and try to call y'all in rather than calling y'all out, but I'm sick of y'all motherfucking asses. Look, I'm tired of the fucking rumors of this former speaker said this, or this leader said this, or this person or the. I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you something. Y'all want to.
Sorry, y'all can't tell me you didn't feel that. Y'all can't. When he said, "I don't give a," y'all felt that. Y'all felt. Let me go back. Y'all felt. y'all. I don't give a. Y'all felt that. I felt that.
Look, I was trying to be nice and try to call y'all in rather than calling y'all out, but I'm sick of y'all motherfucking asses. Look, I'm tired of the fucking rumors of this former speaker said this, or this leader said this, or this person or the. I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you something.
I'm sorry. I felt that. I felt that. Like I don't give a period. A period. I don't know what this man talking about. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm going back again. I don't know what this man talking about, but I don't give a either. I don't get either.
Look, I was trying to be nice and try to call y'all in rather than calling y'all out, but I'm sick of y'all motherfucking asses. Look, I'm tired of the fucking rumors of this former speaker said this, or this leader said this, or this person or the. I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you something.
Seamus, you should hire him as your anger period. I would need that. The way he just went, you know who he not Christian. What y'all play entirely too much. Yeah, I know he would be big mad if you. I don't give a period. Sorry, we do need to move on, but I have to hear it one more time. I'm so sorry. I felt that. I agree. I don't know what he's talking about, but I agree.
Look, I was trying to be nice and try to call y'all in rather than calling y'all out, but I'm sick of y'all motherfucking asses. Look, I'm tired of the fucking rumors of this former speaker said this, or this leader said this, or this person or the. I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you something. Y'all want to replace Joe Biden. Why? Because y'all never say a motherfucking name of why he or who will be able to replace Joe Biden, because polling says there's only two motherfuckers that could beat Donald Trump, and it's Biden and it's Harris. Now, two motherfuckers are on the goddamn ticket together. So we already have a fucking package deal. But my question is it that you don't think Joe Biden has the ability to lead for the next 4 years? Or are you concerned about his predecessor being a black woman? Tell the motherfucking truth. And number two, it says I want to be like motherfucking Biden. Number two, bitch, my question is, if we do replace Biden with somebody else, what fucking ramifications are we gonna have on the legal side when they challenge this shit in court? When we change the fucking ballot this late in the fucking game, what are we going to do? Because this problem is, if they contest it, even if we win, if they contest it and we change the ballot, it could potentially go to the Supreme Court. This is not me saying it. This is a fucking leaker scholar by the name of Alicia Hughes, who was a fucking professor at Emory Law. So my question is, if it ends up on the Supreme Court's desk, if it brings it to the fucking floor in the Supreme Court, what the fuck are we gonna do? I'm supposed to put my faith in the fucking Supreme Court that overturned Roe v. Wade when they said they wouldn't and did it any fucking way? The same Supreme Court that overturned affirmative action.
Oh, she not black, but continue cussing Durag. I'm listening. Girl, I feel like I can listen to him right before I need the energy to do something. Just go listen to something. I don't care. I don't care nothing about no context. Just raise my blood pressure. Like, raise my blood pressure up a little so I can. Girl, why am I stressed? Why is this man stressing me out? Why am I stressed? Like, he's stressing me out. I don't care. Ayo. Now, just like who I used to admire has a life going on now, title Kamala proof thoughts can level up. I'm embarrassed. Wait, we're gonna get there. We actually do have a drag for Little Miss Candace in a minute from T. Thanks. This dude is radicalizing Themis in real time. No. So I do think that, like, while it feels almost like comedy, right? Like, I couldn't actually continuously watch this, but I will be checking in every now and then. I will be checking every now and then. Like, when I need my blood pressure raised a little bit, I'm gonna be like, all right, let's see. What's his name? Too raw, too real. The period.
The same fucking Supreme Court that gave the fucking president immunity, meaning he's above the fucking law. The same fucking Supreme Court that literally just made it illegal to be fucking homeless. I'm supposed to put my faith in that fucking Supreme Court? Are you fucking kidding me? Y'all want to play Russian roulette with my motherfucking rights and my fucking life? Fuck every last one of y'all elected fucking officials.
I don't have anything to say. I'm not going to play the Biden dropping out of the race speech. Biden said some things. I hope that Biden will be remembered as someone who put the American people above himself and not someone who quit or whatever people are talking about. I think it was very brave what he did. Regardless of what I think about him politically, I can appreciate someone putting down that much power in order to do what he believes is right. And that for me is how I want to remember him. Yeah. Remember him as president, as someone running for president. Man, can't breathe. That ain't even right. That was not even right. So, in conclusion, I am more in alignment with Kim. I don't interpret Kamala as progressive. The way I view progressive is not the way I view Kamala. It is what it is. It's my opinion. Fight with yourself, not with me. But I actually think this is a positive. If Kamala cannot be seen as the soft and crime, weak prosecutor, and rather that she was tough and she upheld the law, the Republicans have nothing to attack her on. Like, the Republicans want to say that she was too soft. That's just that on that. Right? Also, someone said freedom. Let me go on a side quest quickly on this freedom thing, Kemp. I think it was an absolute mistake for Kamala to use freedom as her campaign song or whatever, I think that her satellites and cronies and people around her should lean heavily into identity politics. We should talk about identity politics. It is what it is. Kamala herself should not. As a political move, Kamala should not. Should not. Absolutely should not. I think she should run a similar campaign to Obama, at least when it comes to race. And you know how people dog whistle on race? She can do that. But I think it's her people's and the people around her role to like use identity politics. But it is wild, right? To isolate yourself in this way. I think that is a mistake. But I'm not like a political consultant, so don't listen to me, girl. Do you lean right into it and I'll sing along with you to freedom? You think? Sorry, I can't do it. To freedom. All right, let me continue now. Too Raw, Too Real. I will watch. I think he's funny. I do actually like some of the content. I don't agree with them. I think you should be able to critique everyone. But I do find him to be more of like I wouldn't go to him for political opinion. And it's not because I think I'm better than and above. I worry when people are that much of a fan of a particular politician. I feel like politicians should be dragged, right? Like I feel like our duty as citizens is to continuously drag politicians. And so to be a fan of a politician, I think is wild. So I don't like fans of politicians, so I'm gonna leave that alone. And with that, we are going to move to Candace Owens. And the fact that these people are attempting the fact that these people are attempting to weaponize Kamala's history in terms of dating and lean so heavily into sexism is nasty work to me. You can't tell me anything. You can't say nothing to me when you are defending Donald Trump. When it comes to degeneracy in interaction between men and women, you don't have the moral high ground. If you defend Donald Trump, don't tell me nothing about who Kamala dated, what she did, how she dipped it and did what. I don't care. Don't talk to me. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Someone said do-rag politics. I ain't got time. I don't have time. And Candace Owens defending Amber Rose, sitting up there on a podcast with Andrew Tate talking about, let me just play Lovely Tea. Because Lovely Tea, you ate this. We are not always in line, but you ate this. Let's play it.
So it's not like I'm a Kamala Harris supporter or fan. I'm not a fan of Kamala. She repeats herself too much.
So they understand that it will look really bad if they do not lean in to saying that they really do want Kamala. But even that feels a bit performative to me. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm starting to see articles creep out and they seem like attacks on Kamala. Again, if we can go into our time machine and go back to 2020, well, every time that someone tried to interject the truth about Kamala, which is that she slept her way to the top, it's a fact. She was with some 6-year-old man, got her start in the political career. And they would go, oh my gosh, how dare you say this? That's so sexist. Well, then suddenly on July 6th, the Daily Mail actually published a headline about the fact that Kamala Harris was, thoughting through life. And they basically said she got her political start, her political upstart because she...
If you are a fan of Candace Owens, you might also be a problem. It is that simple. It is that simple. This is disgusting and vile. That is what that is. I don't care. And again, I sincerely dislike people who are like wanting to critique her, but they're too afraid of their subscribers and community. I don't care. You can make the decision that's best for you. If you're a fan of Candace Owens, I will continue to drag you every chance I get. If you ever come up here and say, well, I like Candace Owens, I'm going to drag you. It is what it is. You're going to have to defend. You're going to have to defend. And by drag, I just mean like debate you. You're going to have to defend Candace Owens every single chance you get. Ain't no time. There is zero places where I'm just going to sit back and let you say, oh, let's just agree to disagree about Candace Owens. Absolutely not. This is disturbing. For you to say someone slept their way to the top and just like, it's a fact, I don't care, is vile. The funny thing is, I heard something about her husband. Nothing. Please ignore that.
He was dating this guy, Willie, can't think of his last name right now. And he was married and he was in his 60s and Kamala Harris was just a spring chicken. And that is how she entered the political scene. So she was not somebody who was a part of their ecosystem, but they tapped her in 2020 because they were like, oh, like the thing that we always say is that look at the Republican Party, it's so white and there's no diversity. And how are we going to be able to say that if we're running Joe Biden, who has been extraordinarily wealthy his entire life and whose son is becoming extraordinarily wealthy while smoking crack simply because he's doing dirty deals in Ukraine? So what are we going to do? We're going to hire Kamala Harris. We're going to select Kamala Harris to be the vice president. And he's the only person I can think of. And then we can sell. I know that when she was sworn into Congress, she was talking about how she's an Indian, but we'll just sell the people, like, forget the Indian side. Like, now she's back to black. And
the fact that they kicked her out of the Daily Wire, she made her own podcast and she's still going is annoying me. She had to learn her lesson. She oh my God. Like, we would care. Like, that's the part that annoys me. Like, you talk all of this. What does that matter? Do I like her policy? Yes. Am I still going to vote for her if I like her policy, regardless of who she's with? Yes. What about it? You sitting up there, this man just paid a porn star. Trump just got convicted of falsifying documents after paying off a porn star while he was married, cheating on this person and that person, having Tiffany Trump. Well, look, you're not about to sit up there and talk about anybody sleep their way to the top, girl. We're not doing it. No. You have no principle. I hate people who don't have principle. If you have a principle, stand in it. I don't want to hear this.
the streets are talking, ha, 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 ha. And that's what they did. So that is the only reason that Kamala Harris, they literally did not have another person that they felt could be the vice president and allow them to use the isms. You don't like her, you're a sexist. You don't think that she's amazing, you're a misogynist, deep-seated misogyny. You don't want this ticket to win. Is it because Kamala Harris is black? Kinda. I feel like it is. It's because you're a racist. So they just needed her to do the thing.
Girl, get the fuck off my screen. Okay, so first of all, why is everybody mad at that Big Willie? I don't even know who this man is. Got some hair from Kamala. Even if he did, why are y'all clocking her mouth and her coochie mouth? Why are y'all sitting here hating on Big Willie getting some head? Stop. Let him get some of that, you know what I'm saying, that guap 3000. Quit hating on Big Willie, okay? He said he wanted him some young meat. And she was willing to give him some head. She was willing to cuff them balls. Why y'all mad that Big Willie got some? Let Big Willie and Kamala do them, honey. Now, but on the real though, what I find very interesting about this, you know, she's so worried about, you know, who Kamala slept with and she slept her way to the top and she's a whore and this and that. But my thing is this, right? And again, I have no dog in this fight. But last time I checked, ain't your favorite person Trump? Wasn't he on audios talking about grabbing women's pussies? He said you can just grab a woman by her pussy and she'll, you know, just because you have fame and power, she'll let you. Isn't your man right now going to court because he was sleeping with a porn star? And he been married to Melania forever. So he's a cheater too. Did he not also cheat and then create Tiffany Trump, the daughter that, you know, she don't look nothing like, you know, Ivanka. The mother of Tiffany was Donald's side chick. I forget her name, child. Y'all can write in the chat. So it's funny that she has all this smoke for Kamala and Kamala's coochie, but Donald done had his peen every which way. Donald got, you know what I'm saying, several kids, different baby mamas. So none of these people, oh, Marla Maples, that's her name. Thank you, Marla Maples. Yeah, that's Tiffany's mama. And Marla Maples was the side chick. Broke Ivanka's heart. Left her for Marla Maples, the side chick. And then they end up getting divorced. But it's just funny that you're so worried about somebody's sexual history. But see, Candace only has this smoke towards other women because she doesn't have this smoke for Andrew Tate, who, you know what I'm saying, ran a whole agency, you know, supposedly, allegedly pimping girls out, having girls, you know, selling themselves, allegedly. She never has any smoke for men who are deep in the sex industry. Her BFF Kanye, ain't he addicted to porn? Don't he got all types of, ain't he going to court soon? Because they're accusing him of the R word? But Candace is quiet on that, though. You not clocking Kanye's peen miles. Kanye got his so-called new wife out here dressed like a whore. Every time I see her, her coochie and titties is out. But you're not clocking that, though, Candace. But you always have smoke for the women. You never have smoke for your male counterparts when they're in the wrong. She has not said one thing about Kanye's wife, Bianca, and how she's carrying herself around Kanye's kids. But you're so worried about Willie Brown or whatever the hell his name is, getting his peen sucked 20-something years ago by then young Kamala Harris. You know, I'm gonna clock it. And then she was saying,
they're going the bandit route. Oh, they're going the bandit route, attacking her dating history because they don't have anything else to attack her with. They're deflecting. Yeah, they are deflecting. I know you meant attack, by the way. I know. I agree. They're like grasping for straws at this point. Like, ain't nobody got time to be sitting here hearing you recount someone's history like this. We don't care. Unless you're attacking her policies, I literally don't care. Like, what do you mean? In 2024, I guess they think they're going to shame women into submission. And that's what they think. Y'all think y'all going to shame Kamala into submitting what y'all need to go submit this job application. Y'all need. Anyway, I want to hear this continue because Lovely T pulled up a receipt that I immediately thought of. I didn't think of that specific, but I remember her sitting down with Andrew Tate talking about, oh my God, we should give you grace. A whole alleged sex trafficker. That's a whole alleged. Candace Owens has no principle. And that's why Candace Owens fans should be dragged continuously. When it comes to violent rhetoric in the media and in politics, Republicans don't get the moral high ground. If you want to talk about Kamala's past and history or whatever, you also don't have the moral high ground. Y'all are literally behind a convicted felon who was convicted for paying off a porn star and also falsifying documents to pay her off. What do you mean? No, you don't get the moral high ground. I am sorry. Go sit in a corner somewhere in the pits of hell and figure your life out. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. We do not have time. I don't have time. Like, can you imagine sitting there listening to someone, oh my God, can y'all tone down the rhetoric? Are you Republican? Do you denounce January 6th? Do you denounce Trump Just period. No, then shut up, don't talk to me. You do not have the moral high ground. Oh, you want to talk about Kamala's history? I will. I will talk about it with you. Let's do it. Let's talk about it. But first, let's talk about Trump. Like, I am sorry, I'm not sitting up here discussing someone's sexual history with you. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm not. We gonna have to talk about Trump's first. If you want to talk about Couth, Couth, because you can't spell it either. Ew. Ew. If pushing P got me to mind your business. It gave what it was supposed to get. I think a lot of these women are just upset. I think something like the only reason for you to be out here talking about another woman like this is because you're like that don't make no sense. Like I understand men jealousy and like attack that way because this is how men were taught to like treat women and engage with women, and it is wrong. So we should drag them. What I don't understand is when a woman who also have their own life and history or whatever will come on camera and start dragging another woman for the like, girl, if you don't like, what do you mean? What do you mean she did it? Who? When? When? Mind you, before Kanye and Kim divorced, Candace loved Kim. Kim Kardashian, the Kim Kardashian, the Kim. And I'm not doing that to drag Kim, mind you. I'm doing it to point out the hypocrisy. That ain't right. Sorry. The week has been the worst. They rather hold a 34 felon masculine parts and vote for the more qualified candidate. Exactly.
Now remember, she's going back years to find this old tea on Kamala. Oh, she slept her way to the top. She was, sucking dick of a married man when she was young. Now let's go on to her hypocrisy. That's why I don't take her seriously. She's a grifter. Whichever way blows, that's where you'll find Candace. So now let's hear her talk about her good old friend Andrew Tate. And let's see how the energy is so different when she speaks on Tate.
A mashup clip that we're not going to show because I thought it was unfair. I will say that. Only because there was no context provided to the clips. It was just an extract of something that you said. And I also take exception to, I think, digging back 10 years. I don't know who could survive that litmus test.
Let me unmute myself. Did y'all catch that, T? I don't believe in digging back 10 years. I don't know who can survive that litmus test. See, I keep receipts. And this is why I don't entertain her foolishness. It's why I say she's a grifter, because she doesn't stand on business. She just blows whichever the wind blows, whichever way the wind blows is where she blows. She just said, I don't feel like it's we shouldn't go back 10 years. Who can stand that litmus test? But you have literally gone back 50 years to find out whose dick Kamala Harris done sucked. Girl, if you don't sit your ass down with your hypocritical stance. So you don't want to go back too far for your homeboy Andrew.
I found out. I feel like if I were able to curse, it would be good to punctuate my sentences and my points, right? Because like if you don't sit your like that would be actually good. Like what she just did, I like. Because even when I say weak A, nothing A, B word, it doesn't hit the same. It don't hit the same. It don't hit the same.
But you're willing to like dig and dig and dig to find tea on who Kamala done sucked off. Interesting. And again, I had no dog in this fight. I'm just calling out the bullshit. Let's continue.
I think it's a bit unfair. I also think that some of the critique that is coming your way is coming from people who are well-intentioned, like they actually don't perceive maybe perhaps, okay, this is 10 years ago, what the context is, has he changed since? So I will ask the question, and we are going to get into some of those clips. You said you're an open book. How have you transformed? And I've seen changes just, I think, in the last 5 years.
Yep.
Who are you today? How have you transformed?
That's a very good question. It's also very important. You talk about candidates from 10 years ago. The idea that you did something 10 years ago, which you would no longer agree with, is one thing. But the second thing, to come along to the conclusion that you now have no value to add to the world would be massively unfair.
Oh, interesting. So basically, the same thing that you're allowing Andrew Tate grace, and I'm not saying he shouldn't get grace. You know, it is what it is, but none for Kamala. Kamala's just a whore. 50 years later, she's still a whore. She was a whore back then. That's why she has no children, because she's had so many abortions. Like they're literally, again, turning this woman into like her whole sexual history is not to be picked apart just because y'all don't want her to be the president. And people can stand on whatever side they want to. Y'all know this is not a Democratic channel. This is not a Republican channel. I don't, you know what I mean? Whatever way you stand.
And this is where I stop. Because she did it too. I forgot she also did it. Why do people, you can drag, like it's like almost like you are like begging your audience to like not leave or not be mad at you and like, oh my God, I'm just new. I am not neutral. Ain't nothing neutral about me. I am not neutral. I try to be objective. Neutrality is worse to me than anything. Trying to be neutral is disgusting to me. I am not neutral. I try my best to be objective, understanding my bias. But ain't nobody, why are you talking about, oh, we should give Andrew Tate? Sorry, it's not about Lovely Tea. Never. Sorry, wrong focus. I don't like that. It's like you can engage and critique Candace Owens, and should she deserve her criticism? Can you imagine? Like there were times when I actually felt bad for Candace Owens. I know, tomato. I cannot believe I got suckered into feeling bad for Candace Owens. Like, stand on your ground. Like, she's toxic. You just clock that she has no principle. Like, why would you go 10 years back for someone? No one can pass that litmus test. Why would you do that? That is disgusting. I don't do that. Then you go 20 years for Kamala. No, she does. Candace deserves it. She knows what she's doing. Candace might not know the facts. Candace might not know the rule. Candace might not know the law. Candace might not know the people. Candace might not even know the situation. But what Candace does know is what side she needs to be on. That is it. That is all. Candace figures out her side and argue from there. That's it. No knock, Nakaris, absolutely not. How you gonna come in here this late? How you gonna come in here this year talking about high chat, high mods, high tea, and then put my name at the back? When you do a professional email, you don't. Everyone ignore Nak. Absolutely. How are you this late? Sorry. Anyway, let's move on because I can't stay on this. A grifter is gonna grift. Actually, no, we're not gonna move on from Candace. Hear how Candace was dragging Kamala. Look who Candace up here sitting talking to. Y'all get into this. Forgot I had this. I love having an outline. I love having my outline open in front of me. Look who Candace up here talking to, y'all. Look.
will say, Candace, I did not think anyone would care. I'll be honest with you. I just, I was just like, there's so many speakers going up. No one knows me in the political world. I'm going to go there. And honestly, the whole day before.
Yeah, Candace is so fake. Candace Owens is so. Candace Owens is so fake. Like, this one, I can't. I cannot. What am I going to watch tonight? Yeah, what am I? This woman's so fake, y'all. How you gonna call Kamala all kinds of words and then sit up there with the person who led the H walk? She literally led the oh my God. Please show Themis the love and like, please, thank you, wake up, makeup slave. Please like the video. I really do need y'all's help. I am trying to get to. I was gonna make up a number that I'm trying to get to. I'm not trying to get to anything. Sorry. I know y'all want to watch that, and y'all are very much into what Candace and Amber Rose got to say, but I am sorry. So I was gonna make up like I'm trying to get to like something subscriber. I forgot how many subscribers I had. 1. 2, I'm trying to get to this many likes, but I haven't even looked at the likes, so I would know how many likes. So like I'm about to lie. It's not a lie. It's called puffery. I I'm about to lie, like, hey guys, please help me. I'm trying to get to, and then I realize I don't know what I'm trying to get to. Wait, let me see. No, there's over 360 likes. I think that's good for 500 people. Never. Yeah, please like the video, but like, you don't gotta. I feel like the ratio is fine. Wait, no. That's not helpful. Help me get to the algorithm or whatever. Get in. Help me, please. Like the video. Thank you, Wake Up Makeup Slave. 30,000 subscribers. Yeah, I am trying to get to 30,000. If I'm gonna go, let's go all the way. Let's go. I'm trying to get to 2 million subs. So like, like the video. I'm trying to get to 2 million subs. So like, if we go and dream, might as well dream big, or whatever Obama said. Or whatever Obama said. Natalie has been a member for 26 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, Themis, do you think Candace has some overarching goal, or is she a whole thing just anti? I think she found a lane and she's sticking to it. I think she got what she wanted out of the deal, and so she's sticking by it. Someone said 2 million. Yes, I said what I said. I said what. Spare a little change and send a like with you. Period.
Before I spoke, maybe there was like some young girls that were like my fans and stuff that wanted pictures, but other than that, no one, really knew who I was there. And right after that speech, boy,
Yo, I'm sorry. Alea, you get a prize. I have been doing that. I have been doing that now for a month, trying to see who would catch it first. I've been doing that. I was in Portugal with my friend, and she did it. She was like, did that with her hair, and I laughed because she did it, whatever. And so I've been doing that ever since I came here. Came back. I've been doing that, and literally no one has called it out yet. And you have called. Thank you. I have to. You get a prize. No, I won't stop doing it, but I've been doing that. Amber Rose thinks that we're all idiots. And she said, "Oh, I didn't know anyone would care." Girl, weren't you going viral for supporting Donald Trump? Isn't that why Donald Trump and his campaign reached out to you? You've been going viral for supporting him, talking about you going to show up to the RNC, and you thought no one would care. Because we all boo-boo the fool. That's the phrase in America, right? Boo-boo the fool. You think we're idiots. You just want to play in our faces. Use those pictures from the AI generator. Wait, let me try to send one to myself and pull it up for y'all. I'll pull it up for y'all. No. She's a bleach blonde, bad bolt, butch body. God almighty. I hear sinking missile too scared of debate. She cries like a baby when she don't get away. She cries like a baby when she don't get away. She cries like a baby when she don't get away. All right, let me show y'all this. People will say this is AI and that it's not me. Haters. Haters. Let me remove this comment. Haters will say that, girl, why the first thing I saw when I looked on my Instagram is Sheena Black, white. What's Black China's mother name? Tokyo Tony. Why the wait? No. Go back. Look, yeah. Why is that the? Girl, why is that? Girl, why is that the? Why is that the? Girl, why is that the first thing? I wasn't the way I was. I wasn't ready. Yeah, oh my God, I wasn't ready. So the other day I did a photo shoot, and haters gonna say I didn't do a photo shoot. The other day I did a photo shoot. Y'all want to see the photo shoot? That's the that's the first picture from the that's the first picture. That's my first picture from the photo shoot. Let me show you all the second picture from my the audacity of Obama. Period. 2 million. Y'all, tell me why. Tell me why I told AI to keep my face but dress me up. Right? We out here. Tell me why AI thought I was a rapper. Yeah, why AI? Why the AI? I feel like y'all can't test my gangster. I think y'all can't test my gangster anymore. The AI thought I was a whole rapper, girl. Girl, I thought I was going to get some medieval something, or at least a tribal look. Give me a tribal look. AI said, absolutely not. You're a rapper. AI kept my face and put it on some rappers, girl, and that's just that on that. I call racism, but that's neither here nor there. I said, your skin tone is giving black. Your skin tone is giving black, so I'm gonna go with rapper. But tell me why I thought the picture is 8. I wouldn't be showing y'all if someone said gangstalicious, log out. Men's go. Let's move on. Y'all play too much.
I must have taken like 3,000 pictures in 4 days.
Wow.
I promise you, it was like from the morning into the night, downstairs in the hotel, outside at the RNC, walking to the RNC, because they had everything blocked off and stuff. It definitely changed my life, but I don't know. For me, I'm like, I'm just a girl from Philly. Why does anyone care? And then I go online and everyone's like, she's irrelevant. No one cares about what she has to say. No one gives a and then I'm like, okay, no one gives a let me just go on stage and just say how I feel. And then people give a and I'm like, but I thought they weren't going to give a
Yeah.
So that's what I battle with every time I do something like that.
Well, I knew it was going to be huge for a couple of reasons. The first, and I saw this happening as soon as you put on the MAGA hat, and there was a clip of you, TMZ was basically chasing you, trying to pigeonhole you of like.
All right, I'm done with that. Ain't nobody got time for it. All I needed to point it out was that Candace Owens is fake, and ain't nobody got time. If you are a fan of Candace Owens, know that you probably fake too. Candace is fake. And if y'all come up here and you're like, I am fake, or I like Candace because she got what she want, and I don't care how you get what you want. It is not the process. It is the end goal. Then period. Do you. Just know that you are supporting someone who is a grifter and is not principled. And if you're okay with that, then I'm okay. But if you are trying to convince yourself of anything and do all kinds of mental gymnastic, just go ahead and stop. Just go ahead and stop. You like her because you like where she's at. I cannot believe I made that sentence, where she's at. Anywho, you like her because you like where she is. And because you like where she is, you are going to try to justify all of your like for her. It is what it is. It is toxic, but at least you're owning the fact that you're liking someone not because of who they are and that they are principled, but because of what they have. And that's fine for you, not for me. And no, I'm not babying my audience. I absolutely refuse. They're like, oh my God, you only drag. No, I've been dragging Biden for the better part of whatever. I don't have to drag Biden now. I actually have grown some respect, a lot of respect for Biden for dropping out of the race. I do. And I had a lot of respect for him allowing them to prosecute his drug addicts. I mean, for him to have them prosecute Hunter. I respect him because I don't know if I love my child if I could see that. I do. And no, you're not going to shame me. You can shame yourself. I'm not reading that comment out loud. Ma'am, you can drag Joe Biden all you want. I said it. I respect Joe Biden for stepping down when he couldn't do it and giving up power. I respect that. Not many people can do that. So I respect it. If that makes you upset, it is what it is. Did you see Roland Martin hosted Win with Black Men stream with over 50,000 black men on and over $3 million raised for Kamala campaign? I didn't watch it, but I definitely saw it. I saw it. I was pleasantly surprised. I enjoyed knowing, because I didn't watch all of it. I did watch some, I skipped through, and I was like, okay, girl, period. I did enjoy it. I did enjoy that it existed, that it happened, that black men were politically engaged. Yeah, I did. So people like O'Shea and Dennis Rawlings who say black men ain't gonna support her are liars. Black men have historically voted Democrat. and overwhelmingly so. I think the argument is that Trump put a dent, a very small dent, in Black men's allegiance to the Democratic Party. And I don't think people should just be voting Democrat and Republican. And I don't care if one of these progressive come up here and come in my face, we gonna have a problem. Because I believe people should earn your vote. And I am tired of having to always look like no candidate is going to be perfect. And in some ways, you're always going to kind of go for the lesser of two evils, right? But you should be providing something to me, and I should be able to withhold my vote, right? And so, like, I am not for blind allegiance to a party, but like, I just, there is no world in which I vote for Donald Trump. That universe don't exist. It doesn't. Not even for a second. That don't exist. So I did like that. And I think that even when they said they need to get the Enriquez and the Jamals, the Republicans call us the Enrique and the Jamals. That is nasty work. And then there was also there was this, how do I'm gonna go ahead and say it. The fact that the Trump campaign thinks that Trump being a felon is going to mean he does well within the Black community is nasty work. They think these politicians, and the Republicans too, because like I will drag the Democrats, but right now we're on the Republicans. The fact that the Trump campaign actually thought and thinks that because he is a felon, that will poll well with Black men. This is how they think of us. That is wild. Anything funny? They sit up there calling Kamala a DEI hire while I'm sitting there looking at Trump and saying, like, look, if DEI is a thing, and this is actually a theory that I came up with. This is a larger theory, so let me do it. Let me do it quickly. I won't bore y'all with the details. I'll just explain quickly and say, I think people who argue about DEI aren't actually concerned with DEI. I think the issue is that white mediocrity has gone on for a long time. And now that certain groups, white men in particular, have to compete, where they didn't, it does feel from their perspective, these very specific, not all white people, but this very specific perspective as, oh, now I now have to compete where I didn't have to once before. This does not feel right. And so I'm just going to blame, right? Because I'm reminded, I was at a condo when I was in law school, and Vanessa told y'all this story before. And this guy said that Vanessa was in Georgetown because of affirmative action. And I sat there, we left and we lit him up. He was white. And it was so interesting because the next day he came to school and he apologized. And I told him that he forgot because he said he was drunk and he didn't mean it and blah, blah, blah. But I reminded him that he was crying at my lunch table just the other day for falling below a 3.0 GPA. Now, I don't think Vanessa want me to talk about this. Let's just say Vanessa graduated with high honors. So even if you thought she came in there because of affirmative action, girl, your GPA at the time was below a 3.0 and hers was almost perfect. So the fact that you think she came in on affirmative action is a problem you got to deal with. That is a problem you got to deal with. I know your GPA. I know what your work is like. We're in the same class, which is why you didn't point to me as India by affirmative action, because you didn't know Vanessa's GPA. You thought you could attack her. Meanwhile, she is doing better than you. And you know I'm doing better than you. You know, academically, girl, you can't even look my way. Even if you thought for a second that you're in the same classes as I am in. So he's not about to turn to me. He's not about to, I think I told the story on here before. He's not about to turn to me. Girl, he was so sorry. I am not this. I am so sorry. Girl, absolutely not. Because the reason I am doing well in these classes that you were failing is because Vanessa, who was before me, she was a year ahead of me, actually helps me. She helps me. Like, I don't know what you thought. If you know in your heart of heart that I wasn't there on affirmative action, and I'm not saying I'm not there, mind you. If you think I am smart and I got in there on merit, Vanessa definitely did. If I got in on my merit, Vanessa definitely got in on her merit. Anywho, so that's my theory on DEI. I think the people who complain about it realize their mediocrity and they realize they can't compete with mediocrity and thus they need someone else to blame. It is that simple in my mind. But yeah, I'm not going to continue this. Anywho, now we're going to move from this foolishness to the end of, let's see. I ordered Uber Eats. Let's see where it is. I ordered ackee and saltfish, brown stew chicken, dumpling, rice and peas, curry goat. I'm by myself, mind you. And this is why I should not order food when I'm hungry, because I'm like, ooh, 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 ooh. Anywho, let's continue. So, someone says sounds like a potluck. I don't like eating like people's food like that, because the issue with eating people's food is I went to my friend's home. I won't say the race of the friend, but I went to my friend's home and there was a cat on the this was in law school again. There was a cat on the counter as they were cooking, and the cat was licking and dipping it and doing it and everything, girl. And I had my curry shrimp. I had my curry shrimp over there, and I would just look there, and she was like making chicken and stuff. And then she gave it to me, and I was like, girl, I'm allergic. I'm allergic to chicken. I'm allergic to rice. I'm actually allergic to water. I can't eat none of this. I am so sorry. I just found out I developed it. But you ate it yesterday. Well, I developed the allergy today. I just found out today. I'm so sorry. I'm on an all-ear diet. I'm actually going through a cleansing right now. I'm doing a spiritual cleansing, and so like I can't eat or do anything like that. So can't eat none of it. I didn't go sit there and make something up in your face. I'm not eating your food. I am literally not eating that. I don't care how bad you feel. Yeah, no, I'm really just like trying to like take care of myself. Absolutely not. You're gonna have your animal. You're gonna have an animal up in front of people, food, and then you're gonna think you're gonna share the absolutely not. If I could have left, I would have left before they started sharing the food and brought my own. I should have just left and take my food with me. That was the last time. I was going to say first and last, but that was the last time I went to a potluck. Themis, did you see the Forbes article about Cheeto getting black votes because he survived being shot at? Oh, yeah, I heard about that. I didn't see the Forbes article, but I also heard about that. All right. So now we're at the final topic. Themis, what Jamaican spot still has all that food at 11? I ordered it before 9. It's like it's an hour away for service. So like I usually time myself. Oh, well, I don't want y'all to see, but it's like, I don't want y'all to see my address, but it's not on here. So I order it and I just kind of like wait around. All right. The last topic. Kiki Palmer interviewed Tyler Perry. And I wanted to talk about this today because I absolutely love Kiki Palmer. I think she is multi-talented. And I don't have to go through things that I don't like about her specifically. But I do fundamentally like her. And I wish I understood, because it's easy to say colorism, but like I wish I understood why she wasn't bigger. Because I feel like she's already a legend, right? And she's like my generation, so like I have this kind of adoration for her, and there's a part of me that feels like she should be like more famous and rich, and like maybe that's not what she wants, but anywho. She has a podcast and she's talking to Tyler Perry. And I am confused. If you're interviewing Tyler Perry and you don't ask, hey, Tyler Perry, how do you feel having a 0% on Rotten Tomato for your movie? I don't want to hear it. I am so sorry. I don't believe you are actually interviewing. I think this is a setup. I don't believe that this is real. If the first question out of your mouth is not, how do you feel? Your first question should be, how you feel you got a 0% on Rotten? My part extra is drinks and plate of period. I think her acting is very well, I agree, but I don't want to talk. I don't feel like I should be like discussing the negative right now. Because it's not about Kiki Palmer. All you need to know is that I like Kiki. But Kiki girl, how you gonna sit up there and like reframe the question? You don't get to reframe no question. Ask that man. You don't want to hire no one else to write for you and produce with you. Why are you getting zeros on Rotten Tomato? Why do you think you're getting zeros on Rotten Tomato? You think it's racism? You think it's because they don't understand? You think it's because they don't understand your art? They don't want you to tell the black stories that you want to tell? Is that why? You think that's why you're getting zeros on Rotten Tomatoes? Someone said, I disagree about her acting. Kiki is a one-dimensional actor. I said it. I love Kiki. I love her shows. I appreciate her. I think she's a great dancer. I think she's a great personality. I think that she needs to act. She needs to broaden her acting range. I think she's actually a really good singer. I just don't personally like her voice. It gives me a nostalgia. It's not like nostalgic in a good way for me, maybe, but to be fair, most of my childhood I didn't like Celine Dion's voice, and Celine Dion is like the part of the vocal trinity, and I didn't like the tone of her voice. Yeah. My cat Jasper really tries to get on the countertops, but he knows if I see him, he's getting the spray bottle, so he jumps off. I love your stories about Jasper. You actually make me want to get a cat. You make me want to get a cat. Because like in truth, I wanted like a really fat cat who that is mean and whatever. But like the way you talk about Jasper and him wanting to cuddle and him purring and like all of that, I'm like, maybe I want a cat that's like sweet. Can I be a cat, Dad? Can I be a cat? Oh, that would be cute. I'm not getting one though. Sasha doesn't even try to get on the countertops, but Jasper does because he's a busybody and gets into everything. I like Jasper. I also like Jasper from the 100, so I like the name Jasper. Thank you, Lordy Virgo. Celine is the queen of the period. She is. Every time I woke up on Sunday and I hear Celine Dion, I knew it's a mess. I knew we were about to clean the whole house, and that used to annoy me. And the people who come over to clean, like my grandmother was so lovely and amazing and great. Anywho, she would like, we have someone cleaning the house and washing the clothes and all of that, but we as children had to do it with them. And I was like, girl, this woman is now a manager. Like the people cleaning are now managing the children and forcing us to do all the work. What are they getting paid for? If you go, sorry, too much personal story. Let's continue. Ain't nobody got time for that. All right. So let's talk about the interview with Kiki Palmer and Tyler Perry.
Prolific filmmakers of the past 2 decades. Of course, you know him as Madea in films like Diary of a Mad Black Woman and Medea's Family Reunion. You might have seen his TV shows like The Have and Have Nots or The Oval. His new film, Divorce in Black, just dropped on Amazon Prime July 11th. Tyler Perry, welcome to the show, and thank you for being here. I mean, you know, and the world knows you're my favorite. I just love everything about you, and the fact that you're a Virgo just takes it over the top.
Yeah, Virgo season coming up real soon, soon. You know what? I'm so proud of you. I think about how old were you on Medea's Family Reunion?
I was 11 years old.
11 years old. Wow. And to see you come this far and have your head on straight and be clear about life, be clear-eyed about what you're doing and who you are. I'm just so proud of you. So proud of you.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Mr. Perry. I think about it all the time when I was on Medea.
This is Mr. Perry.
I know,
Thank
right?
you,
In my
Mr.
mind,
Perry.
I go back and forth because I'm like, Tyler, but then I'm like, no, he's also Mr. Perry because there's so much.
The problem with Tyler Perry, I think, one of the problems is, ready? I aspire to be the kind of businessman Tyler Perry is in very particular ways. It seems like the people who work with him really like working with him. And I hope that if I build a company, if I build a business, if I engage, that even after our business relationship ends, even if you don't like me as a person, I don't ever want you to say I took advantage of you and I didn't treat you fairly. I pride myself, and I think obviously he's like not paying people to write and he's doing it himself. But of the people who work with him, the way he gives people opportunity now are those opportunities you should be taking. Separate question. I think that you don't get to a billionaire status, right, without really good sort of business strategy. Good in not the moral judgment way, but good in the knowing how to get there way. Right? And so I think the critique of Tyler Perry, the businessman, should be separate from Tyler Perry, the artist. I have a lot of critique for Tyler Perry, the artist. But Tyler Perry, the businessman, I can appreciate giving opportunities to people. And like, maybe there are people who say bad things about him and how he treats them and pays them. But all I've heard, someone said Tim is done pissed off the Jamaicans in the chat. What I do? What I do? Ew. I was gonna just sit quietly and watch, but a Jamaican that doesn't like, let alone loves. No, 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 no. I love Celine. No, 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 no. Celine the Queen Dion. Celine the Queen Dion. I've made the proclamation about Celine, Jamaica, and Dion. I have made the proclamation like Celine is that girl Dion from Jamaica, Washington. From Hanover, from Green Island. Like, no, I love Celine Dion. Absolutely. That queen is that girl. I don't care about a race. I don't care about a race. Celine transcends race. As a Jamaican, she does. So, no, I love Celine when I was a child. When I was a child. Before I put away childish things. Before I put away, I literally could not stand her voice. I don't know if it was the tone of her voice or the fact that when I heard her, I knew it was time for me to work. Because if I hear Celine be played in my house, we cleaning. And even if I'm not physically doing the cleaning, it's just like cleaning and you can't step, you can't sit on the couch, you can't walk on the veranda, you can't do anything because like, oh, they're Celine for me is not a good memory when it comes to being in Jamaica. But no, no, no. Celine the Jamaican Dion, no, yeah, she's that girl. She's been that girl. Absolutely. I refuse. The Haitians keep like, I don't know why Haitians do this. Are you guys not embarrassed? Haitians, are y'all not embarrassed? Because she can do a little French accent. Y'all think she Haitian? Stop trying to take our people. I don't like that. The Haitians need to stop. Y'all Haitians need to get go figure out who y'all going rep, but it's not Celine the Don Dion. It's not the Don Dion. It is not Queen Don. It's not Queen Celine Dion. Absolutely not. Y'all go need to go find. Y'all can get what's her name? Adele. Y'all can y'all can have Adele. Y'all can have Adele. Maybe Britney. Like, I don't know. Y'all have Jason Derulo. Like y'all got y'all got Jason Derulo. Ain't nobody got time. I need all the Haitians to stop. Stop. No, hurry up and eat. No, 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 no. Finn said, I let Jasper get on the balcony and he was trying to climb on the roof and into the storm drains. He does too much. Sunshine slays and sleeps all day. Period. I thought Jasper sounded like my type of guy. I like Jasper. Jasper is my type of guy. Don't ever mention Virgo season during Leo season. It's disrespectful. You can no, let me leave that alone. Cause like I heard people dragging Virgo men, and like one of my closest friend is a Virgo, and he's a guy, and don't tell him I tell you, but like everything y'all said about Virgo was absolutely true. From not generally, because I don't believe in the zodiac thing, but the way y'all dragged Virgo, I was like, yeah, something about him. So I like y'all were talking about him. Anyway, someone said Adele was in Jamaica. Yeah, a lot of Haitian visit Jamaica. Jamaica is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful island. And so yeah, a lot of Haitian like visit Jamaica. So yeah, Queens was there.
Much respect there, so I always go back and forth. But you know, when I was on the set of Medea Family Reunion, that was the first time that I'd ever seen someone play so many different roles. Usually when I was on a set with a director, they were just the director. You know, if I was there with the writer, the writer would say hi and he would just move on. Or the actor would just be in the scenes. But you were all of them. And then you're also producing everyone else. And I remember being blown away like, man, how is this guy able to do this? You would go from Medea, hi, hello, to, so look, I'm gonna need y'all to turn around and move the camera this way.
Costume. In costume.
Costume.
Y'all don't see a problem with that. Y'all are talking about this like this makes sense. So Tyler Perry, while he's in Medea costume acting and not behind the camera, he gonna stop the production and tell them about positioning off the camera without even being able to see behind the camera. Go, what? What? Not Medea. Well, oh my God. That Rotten Tomato 0. Let me pull that up. Let me see. Divorce in Divorce in the Black. Rotten Tomato. Well, I think Tyler Perry must have grown up as a director, screenwriter, whatever he is, all them hats, because of the low budget ways in which Tyler Perry made his money. I don't think Tyler Perry knows he's rich. I don't think Tyler Perry knows he's rich. Wait, before I get into Tyler Perry, let's drag Rotten Tomato for a minute. Y'all really about to tell me that the reviewers, the Rotten Tomato reviewers, really sat up here and said they watched the Tyler Perry Divorce in the Black and they gonna give it a 0? Y'all said there is no artistic value at all. There's 0, none, nada, nothing at all. You're gonna give it if you gave it a 2, any number would have been fine. But a 0 is absolutely wild. You're not about to convince me there's no artistic value. My food is here. Let me play this. Let me go back a little and then go get this and come back. Pretend like I'm here just laughing it up with you.
Knots or The Oval. His new film, Divorce in Black, just dropped on Amazon Prime July 11th. Tyler Perry, welcome to the show and thank you for being here. I mean, you know and the world knows you're my favorite. I just love everything about you and the fact that you're a Virgo just takes it over the top.
Yeah, Virgo season coming up real soon, soon. You know what? I'm so proud of you. I think about how old were you on Medea's family reunion?
I was 11 years old.
11 years old. Wow. And to see you come this far and have your head on straight and be clear about life, be clear-eyed about what you're doing and who you are. I'm just so proud of you. So proud of you.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Mr. Perry. I think about it all the time when I was on Medea.
This is Mr. Perry.
I know,
Thank
right?
you,
In my
Mr.
mind,
Perry.
I go back and forth because I'm like, Tyler, but then I'm like, no, he's also Mr. Perry because there's so much respect there. So I always go back and forth. But, you know, when I was on the set of Medea Family Reunion, that was the first time that I'd ever seen someone play so many different roles. Usually when I was on a set with a director, they were just the director. You know, if I was there with the writer, the writer would say hi and he would just move on. Or the actor would just be in the scenes. But you were all of them. And then you're also producing.
The fact that he's taking this as a compliment is nasty. the fact that he is hearing this, the fact that Tyler Perry is hearing this and thinking it's a compliment is wild. Someone said 0, but no, I don't. Let me pull that up. Where's the 0? Let me pull. Let's go to the review. I need to see these reviews because a 0 feels racist. I'm not going to say a 0 is racist, but a 0 feels racist. Let's look at these reviews. The 16. So the audience review is not as bad. Top critics, all critics. Let's see. Oh, I don't want to read these. They're so bad. I'm not going to read any of these in full, but let's. It intrigued me with its insane opening scene, but it was all downhill from there. I did not enjoy watching this. I'm not going to open and read the full thing. Unfortunately, where is it? Unfortunately, this is another misfire from Tyler Perry that is more frustrating than entertaining. There's an incredibly talented cast in this film, but they're dragged down by cartoonish dialogue, inconsistent action, and incoherent plot. Ew. Ah, if it wasn't for the fact that Mea Culpa was Paris career defining or to awful, Divorce in Black might have had a chance. All right, let me stop. I don't want to be up here disparaging Tyler Perry. I think that a zero is impossible. I think a zero is impossible. I think I'm not reading Brandon's. No, because I'm not here to disparage Tyler Perry. I'm here to say, Tyler Perry, I support you, King. And like, if you're looking for someone to test, like a screenwriter, but like I write novels, right? And if you're trying to dip into fantasy, I'm available, right? Like I am, and I'm willing to work. I am willing to put. How much did you pay? How much did what money? How much money said they paid her? Monique said they paid her. I am willing to put 50 on it. I'm willing to put 50 on it. Like I'll put 50 of my own investment in the movie. Give me a chance, Tyler Perry. Forget these people. These people are haters and they don't understand your artistry. And like I hire me, Tyler. Period. I feel like Tyler might be one of them people who like if you critique him, he won't like you. I feel like he won't like you if you critique. Look, if Tyler Perry give me a job, please know that I'm gonna take it. If Tyler is like, I want to make your book into a featured film, please note that if you see me online in doing interviews about a movie with Tyler Perry, just mind your business. If you see me online doing interviews, sitting beside Tyler Perry, talking about how great an artist he is, mind your business. You know how we talk about Candace Owens not principled? I'm talking about moral principled stance. Art is subjective. And that's just that on that. So Tyler Perry, Mr. Perry, I'm fully here and available to work on my art because I've looked up to you business wise. Thank you.
Everyone else. And I remember being blown away like, man, how is this guy able to do this? You would go from Medea, hello, to... So look, I'm going to need y'all to turn around and move the camera this way.
In costume.
And I think that's where my love affair for you began because there was just so much power in having that ability to lead everyone and still have so much love and grace because the whole set was like a family. I always tell people that's why I fell in love with Atlanta was my experience on Medea's family reunion on a Tyler Perry set because everybody felt like my aunties and uncles and cousins and just family and friends. So that was a great experience. Yeah.
That's awesome. And you know, it's to this day, it's still like that at the studio. It's very much, it feels like family. Everybody looks out for each other. Everybody.
It's fine. She can have a love affair with Tyler Perry. Never mind.
Galvanizes around each other to support each other. It's a wonderful place to go to work every day. And that's the only reason I'm still grinding so hard is because I'm looking at all these folks coming through the gates for young folks who had never had an opportunity in this business. And I'm watching them blow up. I'm watching them do amazing things. So I'm proud to be holding this space and I'm proud to work with you so early on.
Oh my gosh. And it's so true. Like, you know, from myself to thinking about Lance Gross, China Ann McClain, you know, Tessa Thompson.
Keke is a great actor. Keke is an actor. I agree. Keke is an actor. Zendaya is also an actor. Zendaya and Kiki are both actors. No, that's not fair. Because Zendaya ate in that TV series. What's it called? Something with all kind of drugs and whatever. She really ate in that. But generally, I don't see Zendaya as a great actor. But Kiki is an actor. Zendaya is also an actor. So I agree. I mean, I think this is also one of the problems with Tyler Perry. It's good in that, like, again, he supports so many people. He's helped so many people's career. He's paid people what they're worth. And so, like, while I critique him artistically, I do appreciate that he exists. If he doesn't want to elevate his art, then he can do his art, but I do hope that he will give other artists an opportunity, directors opportunities, because I don't think I feel like he thinks like he is still a one-man show. And later on in this interview, he's talking about, oh, I've developed these characters so I can let people write. Girl, absolutely not. You ain't developed. All right, let me stop. But I'm going to submit my application, Tyler Perry. So this is my application.
And for colored girls, the list goes on of people that you've introduced us to that have continued to go on and do great things. So I couldn't agree more that the energy you create there is what allows for that. And I want to talk to you a lot about that today, just your entrepreneurship and the groundwork that you've built for this sense of community that's allowed other people to grow. But I, of course, have to stop and talk first about your film Divorce in Black that just came out. And that's exciting, right? Because Megan Good, she's my girl, but then she got reunited with Debbie Morgan as her mother in this film, which I think is amazing because they did Eve's Bayou. And that was the first time that I'd seen her and Journey. And I was introduced to Debbie Morgan, who my parents told me so much.
It's what, girl, get to the point. Get to the 0%. She's not about to do it, by the way. I've watched this in full. She's not about to say, yeah, divorce and black. The 0% on I feel like having a 0% is wild, and for you to like not engage with that at all don't make no sense to me.
Much about. So I want to talk for a second about Divorce in Black and how that came to you.
You know, I heard this voice of this character kept talking to me as I started writing things down, and it was Ava. That's how I write. Characters will show up.
You know, when an artist is talking and they're like, you know, it came to me like a dream. It came to me in the night like a thief. And I just wrote it and created my magnum opus. Anywho, when Tyler says it, it does actually feel like that's what happened. Like, it doesn't hit the same. Because it does feel like some voice whispered in his ear and he just wrote whatever. I watched Divorce in Black yesterday after I was looking at the Rotten Tomatoes score because I was like, girl, how you get a 0? And like, okay, I'm not saying it deserved a 0, but the plot don't make no sense. The characters, motives, none of it makes sense to me. None of it. 0% of the nothing about it makes sense to me. However, I still wouldn't give it a 0. I think it is racism. And Tyler Perry, I am with you, my brother. I am with you. They are wrong. Hire me. I'm still applying to be a writer. I'm not applying. I've never applied to be a writer. But if you're looking for a book that has not been published yet that you want to buy part of the rights to, I am available and willing. I am. Just go to a different direction. Let's dip our toes in high fantasy. Would you do an Olympics fashion review? Probably not, because I am not about to sit there and watch the Olympics. I'm gonna watch gymnastics. I might watch some swimming here and there, and then I'm gonna do track. That's it. That's it. Anything else, I catch it if I catch it, I don't if I don't. But I'm gonna watch them people run. I'm gonna watch them people swim, and I'm gonna watch them people flip. That's it. That's the extent of my care for the Olympics. But yeah, no, I wish I like I want to like care, but I don't. And like I can't pretend to like something and like talk about it. If I come up here and talk, you're gonna know immediately that I'm not interested.
Up, and she kept telling me she's not a victim. She loved this man. She loved this man. And I had a friend who was going through a divorce, and she called me up late one night, and she was just telling me how much she loved the man that she was with, and how hurt she felt. And I was explaining to her, you can be hurt by what happened, but don't be hurt because you loved him. You weren't a fool. You loved. And when you love somebody purely, love someone from your heart, and you're pure in that love, no matter which way it goes, never feel bad about the love that you gave, because that's real. That'll find its way back.
That 94, the 95% audience rate is what drives Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry, no, he's not about to win no award. But what Tyler Perry has made himself believe is that the powers that be the establishment don't understand his artistry. And he speaks to the everyday man and women, Black. And the 95% reflects that, right? And he has this rags to riches kind of persona, which makes us like he's aspirational, right? And so I think a lot of us look to him as the person who made it. And there is a refusal to engage with the fact that his artistry needs work. Like when your plot is a mess, there are structures here. And when I can point to the problems with the structure of your plot, it's an issue. And I say this as an artist myself, as a writer myself. It is very difficult to do. And if you critique my book and you show me where I'm wrong, I can immediately understand where you're coming from. And I don't think Tyler Perry has engaged with any kind of learning about storytelling and narrative developing meant, whether that is a plot driven story or a character driven story. It just comes how it comes. And I don't think he has ironed out sort of how to do story plotting, how to fill the different holes, the plot holes in a story. I don't think he engages with any of that. I think he writes a first draft of a story, and that's the story. And I don't think anyone can tell him no. I don't. I mean, to be fair, he made this by himself, and then he later started hiring people. And so I think he trusts rightfully his intuition, but I don't think his intuition is always right. And I don't think we are willing to hold him accountable for the kind of art he creates, because I think he's too high up and we appreciate his existence too much. I appreciate that he exists. Oh no, I'm only watching Jim and Track 2 just before. Oh, gotcha. Keke interviewing like he is a leader. All answer leads back to period. Keke, I can appreciate Keke's interview though, because Keke sees her role model and the person who helped her in Tyler Perry. And I don't think Keke would ever embarrass him or like say, hey, that's 0%. You know what I mean? And I can appreciate that, unfortunately.
Into your life. So as I was exploring all of that and started writing, I wanted to make sure that Ava wasn't a victim, that Megan Good's character was strong, but also I wanted her to represent a lot of people, women, men, whoever, who try to love somebody out of a place of pain that they're in without having all the tools to get them out of that space.
Yes.
Nope, I saw the look on your face. Yeah, what you trying to, you went deep right there with that thought. Yeah.
And I mean, I feel that way about so many of your films where they have this vibe of being fun, lighthearted, and thriller, but then when you get down to it, the message is actually going to hit home. But to you, Mr. Perry, what
do you mean when you dig down, Kiki? Ain't no digging. You ain't gotta dig far to know what Tyler Perry trying to say in them movies. There is no digging at all. There is no nuance. Everything Tyler Perry says, he means, and it's right in your face. Even if it didn't make any sense, you know exactly what he's trying to say. There is no nuance or digging at all. There is none. None. It is on the nose, in your face. And if you didn't hear it the first time, he gonna repeat it about 10 times in the movie. There's nothing about it that is poetic or subtle. Just there. I am sorry. That's my feeling on it. And it doesn't mean it's bad art. It's just different. Like we internalize it. And he's going to talk about the fact that he writes for a certain demo. Listen to what Tyler Perry thinks of his audience. Period.
what do you say to that? You know, when you are in that situation where you're seeing people in your life, and I'm sure being as successful as you are, you have friends, loved ones that you just can't seem to get them out of their own way. What do you then do with those feelings? You just let them go?
Yeah, I listen to me. I had to learn to choose myself because there are people in moments that if you keep trying to drag them up to higher altitudes where they can't breathe, they will die. Yeah. Some people have only been equipped in their life with their life lessons or what they've learned to go to a certain level. That's it. And I have been.
Yeah, Tyler Perry just said some people should stay at the bottom. Tyler Perry said some people were just made for the bottom. They can't breathe the air at the time. Where's Monique? Where's Monique to get her sweet babies? Because Tyler Perry ain't right. Tyler Perry said some people were just not built to breathe the thin air at the top. They will die if they get to the top. So you got to leave them at the bottom. I get out, and then I grab my, and then I dip.
Guilty so many times of trying to pull something. You can do it. Come on up, come on up. And it's usually the very people that you invest the most in, that you try and help the most, will be the same ones who turn around and try to destroy you because they feel like the jealousy or you went to a place way further than they ever thought you should go. So what I've learned in this is I have gotten to a place in my life at 54 years old where I look at people and go, okay, tell me who you are, and I'm going to believe you. Show me. I'm going to believe you. I'm not going to argue with you. I can't pull you up here if you don't know how to handle this altitude. So stay where you are. You're not a bad person. Yeah. You're not wrong, but you don't know how to live up here. You don't know how to live at this level. So God bless you. Stay there, and I'll do what I can for you on that level. But don't try to come up here and kill me because you are not able to handle this.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and I received that. I remember seeing you say something similar to that about this altitude. And it's a great metaphor because it's also true. Yeah. Look, if you're going to die up here, then I should leave you behind because it's better.
They said the talented 10th was supposed to save us. They said y'all was supposed to save us. Tyler Perry said sometimes you gotta pop out and show. Tyler Perry said sometimes you gotta pop out and show. Ew, they can't make it to the top. Period. I don't know why y'all mad at Tyler Perry for telling y'all the truth. Y'all know some people will pull you down. Some people are just anchors. Tyler Perry said something. Tyler Perry said some people are just anchors and you gotta like untie. You gotta be like Rose. You gotta be like Rose. You gotta let them float off. They're frozen at this point. You gotta, I'll never let you go. Just let them go right after. And like both of y'all can float on this plank. Both of y'all are not allowed to float on this plank. So you gotta shove him off the plank and let him go fast. Let him go sink to the bottom of the ocean. Period. Sometimes you gotta pop out and wop. Move. Girl, what Prince Buddy talking about in the comments? I don't see it.
For you to figure out what's going on that playing field before you come up somewhere where you can't survive. You know, you were saying, if a lot of people may not have expected me to end up where I am. Well, you started out in a chitlin circuit. What was your mind then? Were you always seeing yourself as someone that could get into film and things like that, or were you?
The other said it's just big. Period. Man, the big three. It's just big me. Period. Period. Tyler said he can't save y'all. Tyler Perry said he cannot save y'all.
Were you just a creative that wanted to just get your work out there?
I had one goal. I need to make money to take care of my mother because she was ill. I wanted to retire her. She was working with a bunch of kids, and kids are little petri dishes for germs. And so she was always constantly sick, and she had diabetes. So all my entire focus was to let me just make enough money to take care of her. And I had been through being homeless and in poverty all my life. So when I got a little bit of money, I was like, okay, nothing seemed to be enough. No amount of money was enough to take care of my mother. Nothing would make me comfortable. And I found myself being in this place where I was uncomfortable all of my adult life while she was alive, because no matter how much I had, it wasn't enough. So that's where it started. That's where the grind started. The working so hard started. It was all about, can I take care of her? And what I can say about my audience, if they never did anything else for me, they allowed me to take care of her to the day she died and give her a life that she never imagined. That for me, that's all I need to be grateful forever, right? But yeah, starting out in the stage shows, I didn't go into Hollywood. I didn't come in through that system, so I didn't have the
Blocked. Someone blocked Sam. Oh my God. To be fair, Black women are fiercely protective of Tyler Perry. And I think a lot of Black women do feel seen. I think a lot of people do feel seen by Tyler Perry. It is not the stories. And I think Tyler Perry is intentionally being obtuse. I know Tyler Perry knows that it is not the story you are telling, it is how you're telling the story. And your how needs work. That's kind of what, that's what I'm saying. Because Tyler Perry, unlike them people, unlike the audience here, know that I love and appreciate your work. I've always looked up to you. I think you are a great artist. I think that you have so much to offer to the world. And as period, I don't believe that. I don't believe you deserve a zero. I believe you are beyond this. You're above a zero. Just like the oxygen up where you are is like not all of us can breathe the air you breathe. I think not all of us can understand your art, and thus that's why you got a zero. Kiki acting like she can relate, but drag that baby daddy to the good. Anyway, nope, we're not about to do that. Someone said Kiki saw her. No, y'all are wrong. Kiki's that girl. I think he minds the stories from the people who can breathe his. I think he minds the story from the people who can breathe his ear, but yeah, we're just too uppity to get him simply because we're tired. Weird.
Amp or the carving that system will give you. It'll carve you into a hole, into a box, and you have to operate in that box. Well, I was malleable and loose, so I didn't come in through that, so I could do things outside of the box. And I think that's put me in this position. So I'm grateful.
I didn't need to pause it, but yeah, Kiki is that girl. She's really pretty. Kiki is really beautiful. She is pretty.
Grateful for not coming through Hollywood.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So when you did go into
I knew one of y'all would catch that. I knew y'all would do that. I knew it. I ignored it when he said he was malleable and loose. I didn't. I just knew. Yo, it took everything. It took everything in me to ignore it because I was like, okay, maybe they won't. But I was looking in the chat. I was looking in the chat because I was like, yo, are they really just gonna miss that? Are they just gonna let that slide? I knew one of y'all wouldn't. I didn't know it would be you two else. I did not know. He said he was malleable and loose. What about it? Two else, what about it? What y'all trying to say? He said I was malleable and loose. What about it? Don't play with Tyler Perry like that. Someone said men thou art loose. I'm putting that up here. I think he minds the story. Oh, I read this. Thank you. Curry said Tyler heard y'all and Cat Williams, and he letting the black woman get their lick. Period.
Hollywood. I think the first thing you did was Diary of a Mad Black Woman, one of your plays. Why did you choose that one to be your first feature film?
Because I knew it would hit. I knew, I got to Hollywood and the white folks that and them white folks that did this were like, what is this? We're not going to do this. But I knew I had all them black folks who had seen it all over the country. And I knew what that meant for them to stand with me. So when it opened at #1, everybody in town was scratching their head. I'll never forget, it was Oscar weekend. Everybody was scratching their head like, where is this movie? Who is this Tyler Perry person? So it was because of all those people that I was able to do that. And still to this day, continue.
And it's so amazing when I think about it, because I remember before I even became an entertainer, I started doing performing when I was about 9 years old. But Medea, and Tyler Perry had existed before then. So I remember being in Chicago. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I remember going to my uncles and aunts' house and they're like, have y'all seen the new Tyler Perry play? And they'll put it on and we're watching it. And it was just insane. And I actually used the model that you had of your work already existing and being big and you having that kind of proof, that data, and being able to empower yourself in the film industry. I used a lot of that when I had to revamp my career, from being a child entertainer and reaching this moment where everybody was kind of like, okay, you've grown up. This is what we see for you. If you're not going to fit into this box, then that's that. So I turned to digital. It wasn't necessarily stage shows, but I chose digital as a way to produce my own work and kind of set the stage for who I wanted to be. And if you want to get a part of that, then you can, because look, I have this audience and they're rocking with me. So either jump on board or not. And something I wanted to point out as well was when you started working with Lionsgate, I read that you had a deal that they would co-produce and distribute the films, but you would retain all copyright ownership. And
that's everything.
Oh my gosh, I think that is such an important thing when we're having this conversation about ownership and entrepreneurship and what intellectual property means to the creator. How did you know to do that? And how hard?
Tyler likes Joe Biden. Tyler's like Joe Biden, have been underdogs. So when they succeed, they get stubborn about their weakness and trust their God. Yeah. And in truth, if the bottom line, CJ, is all that matters, then he's meeting his bottom line, right? He is successful and people are watching. A view is a view is a view is a view, right? And because of that, if you hate watching, if you love it, if you don't care but you turn it on, it tracks as viewership, right? And so he will have eyes. And I don't know that I am able ever to boycott Tyler Perry. I'm going to review, I'm going to watch, and I'm going to drag. I'm going to watch and I'm going to laugh. I'm going to watch and I'm going to be mad, right? But I'm going to watch. Like, I don't know that I can, in good faith, unless he did something terrible, right, that comes out, I don't know that I am willing to like say let's boycott. Like I'm not boycotting, but I also don't like the stories being told. So now I'm in like this weird space of like I want you to be better, but I guess that's something you're going to have to decide you need to do on your own. And that's sad. Yeah, no, I definitely feel insulted. Yeah.
Did you have to fight for it?
It wasn't a fight for me because it was a non-negotiable. I was not going to negotiate with anybody about that. And because I had that audience that had been with me, who had made me pretty wealthy going into Hollywood, I didn't need them. I was selling DVDs from my website at the time, and they were bootlegged everywhere. But then people were finding them. But I wasn't to give up ownership as a non-negotiable, because what happens is I know what that does for your future and for your power. And for what it's the difference in waiting for somebody to give you a job or knowing that a check is going to be in the mailbox, whether you have a job or not. Yeah. So I wanted to build this legacy and for my son and my future, even though I didn't know he was coming at the time, but also watching Oprah own her show. It was that example that are like, oh, well, what does that mean? She owns her show. Wait, that's what that means? So even from the beginning, when I was doing the stage shows, like my name had to be on the marquee and my name had to be on the tickets, and the promoters would get mad. Who's this kid think he is? Why are you putting it? I was building a brand. I knew that in order to build that, people have to remember the name. If you order for you to stand out, you've got to have something that they remember. It's all started from my father, who worked for a white man building houses. I say white man for a reason. Worked for a white man building houses, and he was a subcontractor. So on the weekend, he'd get his $800, and he'd be so happy he got paid. But I watched the white guy sell the house for $80,000. I'm like, why won't you take the money and build your own house and sell it? Him and my mother, coming from a Jim Crow South, they didn't think that. They would tell me that kind of thing is for white folks. They can't do it. But everything in me was going, that's not true. I can own the house too. So that's what this is about, owning the house and building it from that point of view.
How did you?
By the way, I'm not going to add anything else here, but that the business instinct is very clear. And like, I think, again, I wouldn't disregard him. I think he has valuable things to teach, particularly around business. Now, the art is what the art is. Tyler saving Megan so she can save that man. Tyler not sling. You know what?
You tap into knowing that, right? Because we can hear these things and we can feel these ways, but the action that you put behind it and the follow through is what makes the difference. Was this the people that you surrounded yourself with? Were you reading? What was that made you know that those were the steps you had to take?
All I can tell you, for me, I have a divine leading grace on my life that I call the grace of God, that I just follow. If it doesn't feel right, I don't do it. I say, that doesn't feel right. Let me go this direction. And I've had agents in Hollywood be really upset with me because I wouldn't do this. Do you know how much money? That's not what I want to do. That doesn't feel right. I'm going to go this way. Tyler, and they would always tell me, that's not going to work. Like with House of Pain, when I went to do the episodes, they said, only do one and pilot will shop it around. It's like, no, I feel like I need to do 10. I'm going to do 10. So I did these first 10. They sat in a can for ever, and nobody wanted them. And then UPN and WB and one of them, they became the CW. There was a merger. Yep. Mm-hmm. All the affiliates were without programming. So they started calling around, what do you have? Somebody said, this guy in Atlanta's got these 10 episodes. They put it on, the ratings were higher than what was there before. So it was like being prepared, right? So I have constantly in prayer, I want to be prepared for what's coming next. What is the next moment that's coming? I want to be clear about it. Like when I built my first studio, by the time I got to this one I'm in now, when I saw it, I thought if I had seen it first, I was like, this is too much land. But I learned to build for where I was going and not where I was. So all of these things happened in progress as I was growing and working and paying attention to everything.
What are you doing in those in-between times when you're making these kinds of leaps? Because they are leaps of faith. Like you said, you're creating for where you're going, but you have to have the faith that you're going there. What are you thinking in the in-between time that's helping you maintain
Or how do I embrace that? How do I embody what God has for me? And also the understanding of getting too worthy. We as a people struggle with being worthy. And I'm telling you, sitting in this seat and having all kinds of friends who have been wealthy since they were kids, and the level of they are supposed to have it, the level of I deserve it.
So I don't mind the religious talk and the specific way in which this is like preacher-esque. I actually appreciate it. Usually when people talk like this, I find them to be scammers, but I don't see it the same way for him. Don't ask me why, how, or anything. But I don't. So I can appreciate it. However, I I feel like Tyler Perry never actually has to grapple with critiques in interviews. And he either dismisses it or the people interviewing him don't ask. Because, like, I feel like Kiki want to ask about these art projects and why they're not great. And she can't. And she won't because of her respect for him and her fear, probably of him. And like, I just don't like it. It was the same thing on The Breakfast Club, and it was the same thing with A Fall from Grace when they were talking about them wigs, and he just essentially told the actress, well, you got to show up and be ready. We're not going to spend so much money on getting these wigs together, right? And so, preacher-esque, period. um, Tyler Perry never really deals with any critique, and he just dismisses it as hate. Tyler on his Kang Tangs. We in a new season. Save the black woman so he can keep being Medea in period.
It was powerful to see, because then I see black people going, oh no, that's too much. I don't know. No. What happened to this mentality? You're here, you're alive. Why not? If they can, we can too. So that's what I want people to get and understand fully. Just open yourself up to being worthy of it. I'm worthy of this. I should have good things.
All right. Sorry, just realized something. What do you mean people should be worthy and should feel like they can do it and get there? Didn't you just tell them that some of them can't breathe the air? I thought you said some of them people got to be left behind because they weren't built for success and they can't breathe the air. If they come up on the mountaintop with you, Ali, they will not be able to survive because they can't breathe. Now you're telling them people they got to be worthy. So when they feel worthy, then they'll be able to breathe the air at the highest of heights. No. You can become a member of the Discord. If you sign up at the Discord level, I will repost instructions this weekend. I forgot. People have been like asking about it. I'll post the instructions to join the Discord this weekend. I apologize. So Tyler Perry says y'all can't breathe the same air as he does because y'all are not worth it. And even if he tried to help you, y'all could not get to the mountaintop because y'all weren't built for it. But also just feel like you're worthy. Period. Scorpio has been here for 2 months, 22 months, not 2. Thank you so much. I'm a grandma, a little girl. Her name is, I'm a grandma. A little girl, her name is Kennedy. I'm excited and overjoyed. Wait, I don't understand. Oh, you are a grandma because your child just had a little girl, I think. Congrats. I think that's what you said.
I should have good health. My kids should be able to do well. I shouldn't be struggling waiting for the next check. We have a pathology as black people of, well, we're only going to get money when the money is gone, which means that you work 2 weeks, you got to spend all that before more money comes. Yeah. We got to get past all of that so we can get to a place where I can have more than enough. I deserve more than enough. Our ancestors already paid for everything we have, and we're not taking advantage of it. And there's nothing more frustrating, especially like I love seeing you hustle, you grind. But when I'm seeing people your age and younger looking at folks on Instagram thinking that's how my life should be, and they don't want to put the work in or the time, like, no, because what you're seeing ain't really real.
No, it's not
so
real.
I want people to really.
Your son had a baby. Oh, congrats. Your son had a baby. Hashtag CDC. Your son is about to be one of the most involved fathers. Because statistics. Period. Love that. I'm kidding. Congrats. I thank you. Keep us posted. I love hearing about babies.
Really fully get it. I have people that I've worked with, and I'm like, I know what they're making, and I'm looking at them on private jets and traveling the world. And going, who paying for this jet?
Okay, I've seen it myself too.
Yeah. Who paying for this jet? Who paying for this jet?
And I think it's important what you said about the working hard, because you also worn so many hats. You kind of write everything. You don't even.
So, if my ancestor paid for it, why I gotta work hard? Yeah, if my ancestor let me ignore me.
Have a writer's room when you're juggling all these different hats. I mean, what time do you feel when to push back and to let someone else come in and help you and assist?
Over the last 2 years now, I brought in writers' rooms, and we've had them on the sitcoms, but now I brought them in on the other shows. I've trained enough young directors to be able to understand how to edit and shoot, so they're able to do a huge page count like I can. I've trained them how to watch for waste and time. So now I'm at a place in my life where I'm going, okay, I got it. I've set that up. They're doing great. I can let them take it. I'm completely fine with stepping back. All of these shows are over 100 episodes. So the characters are developed. I've written all of that. You guys take it and run with it. So I'm at a really good place now. But it's very important to know when to let go.
Tell him play too much. Tell him really be playing out here talking about the crack he's already developed the character so other people can you better have confidence. Is it confidence or delusion? Who knows?
Go. Like for me, I realized at this age is that if I keep holding on to the little things, then it's missing the huge opportunities that I should be focusing on. So you've got to find the right people to take up the banner and run with those areas.
And I love how you're talking about.
Look, I say Tyler Perry can come hire me to write, but in truth, he could just give me money. Like, I mean, like Tyler, you don't gotta, if you don't want help writing, period, just give me money.
About the system that you've created with TP Studios of just being able to train people in your way, because you have a particular way. When I see something that Tyler Perry presents, I know what I'm going to get as a fan that has been a fan for all of these decades. When it comes to your craft and your style, how much of that your choice to own was to also be able to control your creativity with the product?
I'm gonna need Kiki to take the word craft out of her vocabulary in this. I'm joking. I forgot I can't do this. Anyway, wait. Tyler is great. All right.
Projects and not allow other people to take it. Yeah.
Well, that's ownership for me. It's everything, the creativity of it, what's put on screen, how it goes, and so on and so forth. And early on, I was taking a lot of heat because, this was wrong and that was wrong. But people didn't understand that I didn't have the budgets that everybody else had. And what is important about that, hear me clearly because when I would do a show, the first thing I do is go buy a camera, go buy a light, go buy this. We're renting. How much did we spend renting this stuff? Buy it. So I started buying all of this stuff and buying all these equipment. So now when I'm doing a movie, I'm renting it to myself for the movies.
Tyler, I think it's so important that you're saying what you're saying, because I think this is also why a lot of people never get their projects off the ground, because they're expecting everything to be perfect and they're not understanding that ownership and doing it on your own and having the independence of start.
Tyler Perry is a multi-billionaire. Ain't no reason for him to be making low-budget movies. I absolutely don't care. If he have a studio, if he don't got a studio, he can pay all the actresses, everyone. He can pay all of them to make a good movie. Absolutely not. I'm not about to sit here, oh my God, no. Never mind. Oh wait, I forgot. This is why I need to eat. Tyler Perry teaching somebody how to make movies.
Starting and finishing something, whether it's perfect or not, it's going to guide you to get to that next level and to continue to perfect it over time. But when you are owning it and when you are having it, it is yours. So yes, it's
I'm sorry, y'all not gonna make me not like Tyler Perry. Look at Tyler Perry face. What? Look at him.
pivotal is a key piece here to say, yeah, okay, maybe this was off, maybe that was that, but I own it. And me being able to do all that stuff is what allowed me to be able to invest in this big studio. If I was trying to just go all over here and there and doing more than what I could maintain myself, then I would not be able to be where I'm at now. I'm so happy you said that.
Listen, I've seen some incredibly brilliant, amazing films. I've seen some young writers and directors do some stuff. I go, wow. And I've seen it make crazy amounts of money. But then I look at what they made and I go, oh, it crushes me. Because my thought is, why not write something this brilliant but smaller and get your budget, own it.
Tyler Perry, not Tyler Perry say, I see these really amazing movies, but like I want to help them cut budget. Tyler Perry says low budget is where it's at. Wait, if you listen to this, how are you gonna sit there and watch someone else's movie and their art, and you go sit there talking about, well, you could cut this, you could cut this. In fact, ain't no need to hire no actor, ain't no need to hire. All Tyler Perry is considering is how he can make the movie he want to make for the lowest amount of money. Tyler Perry says we gonna cut a budget. If we don't do nothing, we gonna Taylor will not let y'all do to him what y'all did to JLo. He not canceling zero here. Period. Tyler Perry said, I want to make movies where if the movie flops, I don't feel it financially. So I refuse to invest money. Dylan says, what art, girl? I'm going to throw these two lines together. I'm going to throw this camera up. I'm going to throw some lights on. And if we don't got no lights, we're going to do it with the sunlight. Girl, if we can't wrap this up before the sunset, goodbye. That's it. That's a wrap. One take. We're not redoing no takes. That's too much money. We have 2 days. Tyler Perry says, we have 2 days and we're going to film a redo. Yeah, I get that. We're not doing that take one, cut, take two. Absolutely not. It's one take. We don't need that. We don't need a director's clip. We don't need none of that. Tyler Perry's so wrong. Tyler Perry think he's still the person who lived out of his car writing movies. Please.
And then license it to the bigger companies and make that money, and it lives forever coming back to you. Don't just go in and sell your soul because they think, oh, this is how it is. No, that's not how it goes.
Yeah.
That's not how it goes. Yeah.
And don't think that you have to start already having it all together. I think that's an important thing. Just start with what you have.
Do the best with what you have. Do the absolute best you can with what you have. Take the heat, take the hits, and keep getting better and better and better and better. And the great thing about my audience, man, is that they have been with me from day one going, Tyler, you need to fix this. Tyler, that was good. Tyler, we love that. Oh, he getting better now. Y'all watch him, you know? So I love it, man. I love it.
Baby. So clearly you're a prolific artist, but you're also
Girl, Kiki, why you start this segment? Clear you are a prolific artist, first and foremost. Second and third, let's get back to the you need to keep growing. Tyler, I don't understand. Tyler Perry said we need to keep growing as artists. I'm gonna just go ahead and leave it there.
also a philanthropist, okay? In 2009, you made the largest ever individual donation to the NAACP. And in 2010, you donated $1 million to aid recovery efforts for the earthquake in Haiti. In 2017, you pledged $1 million to support victims of Hurricane Harvey. During the pandemic, you left a $21,000 tip at a restaurant in Atlanta. I mean, do you consider yourself more of an artist or more of a philanthropist, or is it all tied into one? Like, how do you view that?
I'm Maxine's baby when it comes to giving. My mother, her heart was like that. Like and you know, the most beautiful thing is my son is the same way. He gives. If he has something, I see him giving it to people, and it's beautiful, but it's also heartbreaking in the sense of I know what it feels like to give and give and give, and then have people not appreciate it or have it taken advantage of. So I worry about that for him because I know what he's going to face. But my mother's heart was very much, you know, she wouldn't give you money. She would not give you any money. But if you needed food or shelter, like I would wake up in the morning on Saturday and step out of the bed, somebody would be sleeping on the floor. I'm like, who is that? She's like, shh, they needed a place to stay, right? So that's what she gave me. So when I hear a story and I see somebody in need, and some people might be like, oh, babe, I'm gonna pray for you. I'm like, no, I can pray, but I can help you too. But I have to be led to do it. Like, I don't just do it randomly. It has to be something that finds me and I really pay attention to it and I want to get involved.
You know, Tyler, you have a unique style.
So, y'all, when I stopped giving money out, I gotta be led. Don't ask me for nothing. When I'm led to, period. I actually love that. I'm not led to giving you this money right now, but like, I'll do it when I'm led, when I feel led. Period. I love it.
In your films where I will never forget the scene in Medea's film reunion with Lynn Whitfield, and they're in that bathtub, and you're gonna tell her. And they're talking about this deep nuance. You know, I think with your films, it was the opportunity of not just the celebratory, but also the dark underbeddings of things that we would never speak about. But then there's also this commerciality to it where it's also for everyone. When you're creating this stuff where you're going to talk about things or hit on major topics, how do you balance, or is it even in your mind, okay, we got to make sure this is commercial? Like, was that ever a thing that you were thinking of, or is that just the taste of your work?
It's just years and years of being on stage, understanding that there are really, really important things that we needed to talk about as Black people that we weren't, that was destroying us, that was tearing us apart. But also understanding how when it's wrapped in a joke, that's like anesthesia for surgery. So that was always the thing. Let me do these big, stupid, ridiculous, hella broad jokes and get into some really deep stuff that we need to talk about. And I think that anybody who is intellectual can watch it and go, oh, I see what he's doing here. It's not just this big, broad, ridiculous comedy. There's some things that need to be addressed. Yeah.
Tyler Perry says, anyone who is intellectual watching his film will be able to understand what he's trying to say, because it's not just whatever big bombastic foolishness happening on stage. So that means y'all complaining about Tyler Perry lacking nuance might need to figure out the IQ. Y'all need to figure out the IQ situation. And that's period. Period. Any smart people, intellectuals know what Tyler Perry be doing. I said it. Be doing. It's giving the King my movie. Period. Remember when he was led to give money, she messed it up for everyone. To be fair, he called Monique and he was like, girl, how much you want? How much you want? And then Monique's husband decided to jump on the phone and lecture Tyler Perry about what it means to be a business and blah, blah, blah. And Tyler Perry sat there and had that man talk to him, because in truth, as soon as Monique's husband jumped on that phone, I would have hung up. I would have hung up. I would have been like, I wouldn't even have said goodbye. Like, let me tell you, brother, because the third brother, I'm done. Like, girl, get out of my face. I would have. I make no apologies for that.
Yes, it's this very unique version of satire that I adore and also allows us to really hit these personal messages. And I mean, people have talked about it, since being introduced to you, where I seen In a Strange Loop. And then I had a really great conversation with Justin Simeon, the writer and director, where he had a conversation with you about the criticism that you receive, that they then as a creative start to actually look back at themselves and say, well, wait a minute, is it really Tyler that I should be mad that he is the face of this, or should I be mad that we only get one face at a time? And it was really impactful when he told me that he called you, because I was like, yes, that's amazing.
No, I called that nigga, told him I was going to beat his ass. That's how it started. But no. But
Period, Tyler. Period. Tyler. Period. Let him know. I actually think I would like Tyler Perry if I met him in person. I think so. I think he would be cool. I think he would. God, I'm trying to get my book published. I'm trying to get my book, my movie deal.
But the truth of the matter is this. When I think about somebody like him or somebody who has something to say, I'm like, great, you have your opinion. Listen, I live from this seat, tempered, measured, patient, prayerful, and disciplined. I'm always disciplined about everything. I step back, I count, I watch, I see which way I need to move. I don't rush into
They're not even in the same league. They're not even in the... Shannon Sharp, I'm gonna leave Shannon. They're not even in the same league. Kiki Palmer, and this is how you know talent and notoriety aren't like they're not sort of running in tandem, right? Like they're not. They're probably diverging at this point because ain't no way these husbands will embarrass you. They will.
comments or do anything. I'm patient with it. So when I saw that, I was sad for him because I think he's really, really talented. And why can't you tell a story that doesn't have anything to do with what your disdain for what I do? Because your disdain for what I do says more about you than me and the people that love what I do. So you got to be careful when you start talking about Tyler's movies and shows of this, because you're talking about a whole bunch of millions of people around the world who don't just...
All right, this is the only part and then we can end. This is the part where Tyler Perry is going to describe to you his audience. Go off, Tyler. Tell us your... Because a minute ago he was talking about intellectual people watching his show and then figuring it out, but maybe these are the same intellectuals he's talking about. But let's hear it. Let's hear who he's writing for.
Want to see a Spike Lee joint, but they can still sit back and laugh and relax and have a good time watching something like this. But I'm getting ready to mess them all up with 688.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. And I just love everything that you said, because I feel the exact same way. Everybody deserves to be able to tell the stories from their vantage point. And as Black people, I think it's really important because we can't win for losing. Either it's too funny or it's too deep or it's too this, it's too that. And then it goes up against what we're all truly crying for, which is the opportunity to be diverse and to just be a creator and to tell the stories we want to say. And like you said, it does represent more about you. And I don't know if you got a chance to see the musical A Strange Loop, but that's what it came back to, because there was criticism in that show as well about this young Black writer who wants to be able to tell his stories. And they're bringing up Tyler, and then he comes back to the end and he admits exactly what you just said, where this is actually a representation of my personal disdain, the things that I don't want to see, the things that I don't want to face. And that's what art is supposed to do for us. So I love that you've never allowed that criticism to stop you from being able to have your authentic voice as an artist, because it does get really difficult.
Yeah, but what?
Here we go. Sorry, let me read this before we go. His best performance was in Gone Girl, a movie he didn't direct. Thought he would have taken notes there. Adam Sandler is honest on his movie quality. Yeah, and I think that I feel like Tyler has too much money for there to be an excuse. Like, there's too much money. But, like, the truth is, Tyler isn't writing for me. He's not making movies for me. And so when people say Tyler Perry disrespects his audience, that's for his audience to decide. Now, obviously, I consume the art, but I think when he writes, he does not have me in mind. And I think that's okay. Like, I think that's okay. I don't like the messaging and I don't like the framing. I don't like the storytelling. I think that it is reductive, and I think you can up the complexity and the nuance a lot. Not even a little bit, a lot. There is a lot of growth, but I don't know if Tyler Perry wants to do that, because I think he thinks that his audience wouldn't be able to appreciate nuance in the way that storytelling elevated, in my mind, is told. I don't think he thinks his audience can appreciate an elevated story if it's not exaggerated and in your face. And who knows, maybe he is right. I don't know. I'm not a billionaire. I don't write movies. I've never done it. So maybe he is right. Maybe he understands his market in a way that we don't. And that's why he's a billionaire and we're broke. Tyler, hire me. I can run defense. Let me attack these people for you.
But no. You got to drown all of that out, because if you let somebody talk you out of a place that God has put you in, you are going to find yourself in hell. I know for a fact that what I'm doing is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, because for everyone who is a critic, I have thousands of used to be emails from people saying, this changed my life. Oh my God, you know me. Oh my God, you saw me. How did you know this about my life, my family? So that is what is important. We're talking a large portion of my fans who are.
All right, here we go. And then we can end. Here we go. This is the part. Because he's like, oh, you need to block that out. Ain't nobody blocking nothing out. Tyler, you need to take this criticism. As PR to Kiki to add PR, period. Add PR to Kiki's resume, period. It's funny that black people can understand and appreciate Jordan Peele movie, but Tyler Perry movies are too complex for us. I think they might be different audiences in Tyler Perry's mind. I think they might be different audience in Tyler Perry's mind. Someone said, where your food? My food is out there. I'm going to eat the brown stew, dumpling, yam, and banana tonight. So that's fine.
Are disenfranchised, who cannot get in the Volvo and go to therapy on the weekend. So you've got this highbrow Negro who is all up in the air with his nose up looking at everything. And then you got people like where I come from and me who are grinders, who really know what it's like, whose mothers and were caregivers for white kids and were maids and housekeepers and all of these beauticians. That don't discount these people and say that their story don't matter. Who are you to be able to say which black story is important or should be told? Get out of here with that bullshit.
Yes. So that's his audience first. Second, didn't Tyler Perry said he too high up on the mountains and some of y'all can't come up there and breathe, but now he's down there with them people who he said couldn't come up on the mountain to breathe. That's a separate thing. Third, no one is telling you not to tell these stories. It is not about the story you tell. It is about how you are deciding to tell the story. And the fact that you just explain how deeply concerned you are with cutting budget and making sure you produce the cheapest content, cheapest in terms of the fund put in, is wild. It is wild. So they can't jump in their Volvo and go to therapy. Those are your audience. And I feel like your view of the people who consume your art is actually low. And that's the problem. I think that it is okay to have an aversion to poverty, if you will, right? To not want yourself to become poor, and thus saving every penny that you make and making sure that you don't spend money that is not necessary. I can understand that. But when you're talking about your art and wanting to see on screen something that you've developed, there's going to have to be an investment, not just an investment in the camera, the director, the producer, but also the writing, the plot, girl, the actors, because I believe in Tyler Perry, and I believe that he can create a piece of art that, even if other communities don't care about it, that within the Black community we see it as I don't want to say highbrow, but complex and thoughtful, and not just like reductive, on the nose, shallow, vapid. Like we can create art that is poetic and meaningful. Like Moonlight was beautifully done. And like I just wish there would be a passion project once that was thoughtful and thought through and poured into financially. Like it just feels like Tyler doesn't care to engage and improve. And that's the part that annoys me. If I felt for a second that from script to script, Tyler was getting better and better, or like better in specific ways, whether it's the camera angle, the filming technique, the lighting. Like if I thought there was improvement, progress, then I would be like, okay, cool, I can sit on board. But it feels like Tyler doesn't care to add anything else. He has a formula, and by God, he gonna run that formula into the ground. Now, if you do that, Tyler, please note that I am also available. I'm a, I am playing. I'm not playing. But let's hear Kiki laugh and then end it.
Yes, and that is
Yeah.
what we come up against. It's like you
Yeah.
said, the respectability politics that we're always pushing up against, which at the end of the day, what we are facing and what we are oppressed again, it doesn't matter how well you speak, it doesn't matter how well you walk, it doesn't matter how well you do anything. If somebody's going to not like you, they're going to not like you, period.
Right.
So holding ourselves to these unbelievable standards that stop us from being able to tell our true stories and connect to one another, it only, like you said, puts us in a personal hell and doesn't allow us to really be all that we're meant to be because we're too busy trying to fit into somebody else.
All right. I hate when people do that. What she just did is very annoying. It is true, one statement, but because that statement is true doesn't mean her conclusion necessarily follows. They are not even related at all. Because people who are going to hate you are going to hate you regardless, nothing you do is going to make them not hate you. Doesn't mean you get to just show up randomly because, oh, one or two people might just hate me because they hate me. There are other people who might critique you, who don't hate you, who might learn to hate you because of how you show up. You can't just show up however you want because, well, if people are going to hate you, they're going to hate you. That is true, but it doesn't mean you don't try. Right? There are some people who are going to criticize what you do because what you do is messed up. There are people who are going to hate what you do because they don't like you. But you don't know which people are which a lot of the times. So you do your best. You don't just say show up how you want because who gonna hate you gonna hate you. That is a terrible way to take a true statement and manipulate it to meet your end. I hate when people do that. I really, really hate when people do that. Anywho, thank you all for watching. Let me jump into this after show. I was trying to be done before the 5 hour mark, and I realized I'm at 4 hour and 50 minutes. So I'm going to skip the rest of the outline because I stayed longer on this than I wanted to, partly because I wanted to watch more. So bye. I have seen a ton of videos popping up, and out of the Manosphere. And it looks like the Manosphere has taken an interest in politics. Now, they're just out here dragging Kamala and they're dragging Joe Biden. And very rarely do they speak of Trump. I don't know what this means. I do know what this means. These I don't think you have to be the most informed to have an opinion. I think you can have gut feelings and go with that. So I don't use these I don't use ignorance in the way that I think a lot of people might, where they're like, don't listen to these people. I think you should listen to them if you want. But please do research. Please engage with that which you want in terms of an outcome for a world that you want to be in, and figure out what closest aligns policies to the world that you want to be in. And hopefully that will inform how you operate. Um, there is an attempt, it seems, to weaponize what you don't have and what, let's say, the Democratic Party hasn't done. And it's a very specific way of rhetoric. And I don't know if the Manosphere came up with it with this on their own. It feels like it was fed to them. But it's instead of talking about Trump and why you like Trump, you decide you're going to drag everyone in the Democrat Party and just make them the enemy. But you don't make them the enemy of anything. You just make them the enemy and say the Democratic plantation and blah blah blah. And this kind of attack makes the viewer susceptible to sort of hate and dislike. And the very next step, the logical next step is, so I'm going to be a Republican, or so I'm going to vote Republican. But there's never a reason to vote Republican, just a reason why the Democrats are bad. Which Democrats do this too, right? Where they drag the Republicans, but there is a reason to vote. It seems like the Democrats are at least attempting to explain what they have to offer. When they say reproductive rights are on the ballot, when they say anything about foreign policy, when environmental health, voting rights, prison reform, access to education, access to food, access to whatever. There is a reason, but it feels a lot like the selling point from the Manosphere, from what I've been watching, and I've been watching a lot of content creators trying to understand the position. It doesn't say, like they say, oh, at least Trump represent masculinity. One person said that. Another person said Trump doesn't lie, which, girl, whatever. And then someone was talking about how Republicans align more with Christian values. And I want to ask where. I really want to ask, girl, what? And so, like, there's not like policy reasons that are being given for why. And it scares me in that, like, I look at the comments and I don't know, again, if I just go into another bubble and look around in the bubble and think this is more than it is. But it is scary to watch all that misinformation, and for people who are watching to not know it's misinformation, and also to create an enemy without creating the victim of said enemy. Because, like, I need to know, if you are saying the Democrats are bad, 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 Democrat plantation, abortion, blah blah blah, anti-LGBT, blah 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 blah, right? What is on the opposite side for which you want people to vote? And it just feels very low information. And some of these platforms are huge. And so I like I'm not scared about the election. I think for me, I know what I'm gonna do. I know how I'm gonna vote. I know how I'm gonna use my voice politically. I feel like I'm doing the best that I can with what I have. I'm deciding that starting next week, I'm just gonna sleep and I'm gonna like live my life, because like I can't engage at the level that I am with people that I'm engaging with lack of sleep, with no, and like reading and writing and reading and writing, and I can't keep doing that. And I'm gonna just stick with whatever we get after this election is what we get and maybe what we deserve. And what may, it is what it is. Because if people, if women are going to vote against their interests, if minorities, black, otherwise are going to vote against their interests, if people are just going to engage this and vote against their interests, there's nothing I can do, because it feels like it's obvious the positions of both sides, and you have to know the world that you want, and you vote hopefully for that which again aligns closest to the world that you want. And so I don't know what else to tell you. Like, I don't think this should be that difficult. um so it is what it is. It is kind of sad though to watch people engage politically and not even do the reading, not provide any meaningful information, just regurgitating talking points, and that's it. Anywho, have a wonderful, wonderful night. I am going to go eat and watch TV. It is 12 o'clock, so I won't call the Discord, but I'll call y'all tomorrow. I'm going to check the Discord though, but I'm going to call tomorrow. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. I am aware of Sonia Mess's passing. I am not talking about it right now because I don't feel like it's respectful to engage with it right now. Um, I am disheartened. I'm saddened. I think that the inhumane ways in which we have decided to engage with each other is ridiculous. But I think there is a layer of, like, when we think about racism, I think it's like, oh, you're racist. You don't like black people or whatever. And I don't think people are always just overtly racist. I think racism can show up in the devaluing of human life, right? Of thinking, oh, I am not about to deal with this, so it's okay for me to unalive someone because I don't want to deal with this. And the way in which you diminish the importance of someone else's life in that way is itself racism. And Candace Owens pops up here again talking about, oh, it's not racism and blah, blah, blah. Again, if you're a fan of Candace, leave that alone. It is unfortunate that someone who calls the police because they felt unsafe. I said passing and unaliving not because it just happened, because YouTube censors what I'm saying. So I'm not saying passing as if she wasn't actively murdered, right? Like I'm not saying she wasn't. I was trying to like not do the YouTube algorithm thing. Which is also why I don't like talking about death, because the word death just triggered the algorithm. Being killed, murdered, manslaughter, all of it triggers the algorithm. But I just said all of them because whatever, it's too late now. But yeah, when I said passing, that's what I meant. Yeah, it is sad. And I watched the video, and she seemed like it just didn't seem right. And we all know it's not right. And he was fired, and he's going to be tried. And I'm very excited that he's going to be tried. And so yeah, we'll see what happens. I will probably talk about this at another time, but I just want to be able to like digest it first before I get into like my deep thoughts on it. But yeah. All right. Have a great night. Bye.